When President John F. Kennedy's motorcade rode through downtown Dallas on the afternoon of November 22, 1963, no one could have known it would be his last day alive. The 35th president was visiting the city and waving to crowds from a customized Lincoln convertible limousine when he was shot by Lee Harvey Oswald. The photo of First Lady Jackie Kennedy attempting to climb off the convertible as JFK lay slumped over after being shot is an infamous image of events that day. News of his death and how it happened stunned the world, and conspiracy theories about who really did it and why have proliferated ever since. In the aftermath of John F. Kennedy's assassination, RFK revealed his true feelings about his brother's death and believed that somehow his own aggressiveness against formidable foes as Attorney General led to the death of his brother. According to the Boston Globe, RFK ultimately blamed himself. After learning that John F. Kennedy had been killed, RFK allegedly expressed foreboding. According to the Boston Globe, he told an aide, "I knew they'd get one of us. I thought it would be me."
People forget about drugs, man. People forget. People think drugs don't do anything good for us. How many people here believe drugs don't do anything good for us? Someone must. Chicken shit. If you believe drugs don't do anything good for us, do me this favor, will you? Go home tonight, take all your albums and tapes, okay, and burn them. Because you know what? The musicians who made all that great music are real fucking high on drugs. Shit, the Beatles were so high, they let Ringo sing a couple of tunes.
I have this feeling, man, because you know there's a handful of people actually run everything. That's true. It's provable. It's not I'm not a conspiracy nut. It's provable. Handful, very small elite run and own these corporations, which include the mainstream media. I have this feeling who's ever elected president, like Clinton was, no matter what your promises you promise on the campaign trail, blah, 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 when you win, you go into this smoky room with the 12 industrialist, capitalist scumfucks who got you in there, and you're in this smoky room, and this little film screen comes down, and a big guy in a cigar, roll the film. And it's a shot of the Kennedy assassination from an angle you've never seen before. It looks suspiciously off the grassy knoll. And then the screen goes up, and the lights come up, and they go to the new president. Any questions? Just what my agenda is. First we bomb Baghdad. You got it. You know what? Here's my actual true. I've had a vision. And what it is even though this is a world where good men are murdered in their prime and mediocre hacks thrive and proliferate, I've got to share this with you because I love you. And you feel that. You know all that money we spend on nuclear weapons and defense every year? Trillions of dollars, correct? Trillions. Instead, if we spent that money feeding and clothing the poor of the world, which it would pay for many times over, not one human being excluded, not one, we could, as one race, explore outer space together in peace forever. You've been great. Thank you. I love talking about the Kennedy assassination as well. The reason I do is because I'm fascinated by it. I'm fascinated that our government could lie to us so blatantly, so obviously for so long, and we do absolutely nothing about it. I think that's interesting in what is ostensibly a democracy. Sarcasm. Come on in. People say, Bill, quit talking about Kennedy, man. It was a long time ago. Just let it go. All right? It's a long time ago. Just forget it. I'm like, all right, then don't bring up Jesus to me. As long as we're talking shelf life here, you know.
You know, that's been the pattern for quite some time now. And honestly, I mean, I just believe that this is the most important job in the world. It's the toughest job in the world. You should be willing to campaign for every vote. You should be willing to debate anytime, anywhere. I think it's an interesting juxtaposition where we find ourselves. And you know, I have been willing to do all of that during the entire process. And people have been trying to push me out of this ever since Iowa. And
Why?
I find that, I don't know.
Why?
I don't know. I find it curious because it is unprecedented in history. I don't understand it. And, you know, between my opponent and his camp and some in the media, there has been this urgency to end this. And, you know, historically, that makes no sense. So I find it a bit of a mystery.
You don't buy the party unity argument?
I don't, because again, I've been around long enough. My husband did not wrap up the nomination in 1992 until he won the California primary somewhere in the middle of June, right? We all remember Bobby Kennedy was assassinated in June in California. I don't understand it. And, there's lots of speculation about why it is, but...
What's your speculation?
I don't know. I find it curious.
Autopsy.
So when you saw the brain, because the conspiracy is it's not just one bullet, the magic bullet, whatever you want to call it.
And I know that's not the magic bullet to solve everything by any means, but we just do try to have open, honest communication.
Strategies that, hey, 4 wines is the magic bullet. That's the key. So this is all trending in.
And the circle is called the magic bullet. That is that a new technology. People initially are very enthusiastic and.
Here are pictures of 2 bullets. Take a look at them. On the one bullet that's crushed, that bullet was a 6.5 full metal jacket bullet, the type that was allegedly used by Lee Harvey Oswald, and it was fired into a cadaver's wrist. The second bullet, which looks almost pristine, and according to our government, lost about 2 grains of metal, was fired, are you ready for this? Through someone's back, through the back of their shirt, through their suit, through their body, out their throat, perhaps clipping their tie, going through another person's back, through their suit, through their shirt, through their body, breaking their 5th rib, coming out the front, going down the arm, and hitting that person's wrist, but not ending there, going further and then embedding into their thigh in any manner, shape, or form. Would you believe that? We'll learn about this and much more on the final chapter on JFK.
Don't miss out on new content from the final chapter on JFK. Like, subscribe, and follow for more.
On November 22, 1963, President John Kennedy was critically wounded. Shortly after the events in Dealey Plaza, in a secret trial, Eric Lenscher was found guilty of first-degree murder and conspiracy to assassinate the President of the United States. However, the evidence against the mutant called Magneto remains circumstantial. An amateur photograph of Lenscher on the grassy knoll, and the rounds fired from a rifle. According to a recently declassified report from the Warren Commission, Lenscher altered the trajectory of Oswald's second bullet, effectively murdering the President. But even half a century after the assassination, the events of November 22nd continued to be the source of controversy. Why would Eric Lenscher murder the President? How was the gunman Lee Harvey Oswald involved? And what hard evidence is there to confirm that Magneto manipulated the infamous bent bullet? Find out more at thebentbullet.com.
In the wake of the Kennedy assassination, the Dallas police, on the one hand, they were committing all of the resources to trying to solve the crime.
But you're moving in the doorway. When you get him in the doorway, hold him in the doorway.
On the other hand, they were ill-equipped to handle this tsunami of reporters.
Well, I was questioned by a judge. However, I protested at that time that I was not allowed legal representation.
In bringing Oswald out, they were, of course, doing something that you would never see happen today. But they were trying to cooperate with the press with the understanding that there would not be questions shouted at him.
Did you kill the president?
No, I've not been charged with that. In fact, nobody has said that to me yet. The first thing I heard about it was when the newspaper reporters in the hall asked me that question.
You have been.
Nobody said what?
Sir?
You have been.
Nobody said what? Okay, man. Okay.
What did you do in Russia?
The files include documents from the CIA and FBI, illegible handwritten notes, and diplomatic cables, more than tens of thousands of pages in all.
And everything will be revealed.
Released after an executive order by President Trump, they were highly anticipated by scholars and amateur conspiracy theorists who hoped they'd shed new light on whether Lee Harvey Oswald had help on that fatal day in Dallas. Some of the documents include CIA reports on Oswald's trips to the Soviet Union and Finland, and his months in Mexico City just before the assassination. Scholars say it will take months to go through it all, but they believe most of what's in the files was already known. In 1964, the Warren Commission found that Oswald was the lone assassin. Bottom line, will the release of these documents do anything to resolve the conspiracy theories that have proliferated for decades?
I don't think anything that has survived for over 61 years in many cases will reveal much of anything that will solve the problem.
One revelation, a massive CIA Cold War operation to open as many as 1 million letters or packages a month, mailed to and from the Soviet Union and the U.S. The CIA secretly spying on Americans, none that we know of related to the Kennedy assassination. JFK's grandson, Jack Schlossberg, reacted to the release, posting on social media that President Trump is obsessed with his grandfather, but contradicts what he stands for.
Thanks for watching. Stay updated about breaking news and top stories on the NBC News app or follow us on social media.
So this is fascinating. Researchers have put an end to the conspiracy theory surrounding the assassination of President John F. Kennedy. His killer, Lee Harvey Oswald, seen in this photo, had claimed the image was faked to set him up. There he is holding that rifle. Conspiracy theorists clung to his claim and argued for years that the lighting just wasn't natural.
But researchers at Dartmouth College, they say that photo is authentic. They recently used new forensics, a technique, and a 3D model to recreate the scene. The researchers say the findings reveal the image was not tampered with in any way. Fascinating.
In other words, Oswald did it.
And now for the next 30 minutes, As the World Turns.
For viewers of the CBS soap opera, As the World Turns, first word came at about 1:40 p.m. Eastern Time. It happened too quickly for cameras to be in place.
And I gave it a great deal of thought, Grandpa.
Here is a bulletin from CBS News. In Dallas, Texas, 3 shots were fired at President Kennedy's motorcade in downtown Dallas. The first reports say that President Kennedy has been seriously wounded by this shooting.
Then it was back to the soap opera, but not for long. Soon after, Walter Cronkite was back, reporting from the CBS newsroom, complete with rotary telephones and wire machines.
This picture has just been transmitted by wire. It is a picture taken just a moment or two before the incident. If you can zoom in with that camera, we can get a closer look at this picture.
And almost exactly 1 hour after his initial bulletin, this now famous announcement.
From Dallas, Texas, the flash, apparently official, President Kennedy died at 1 p.m. Central Standard Time, 2 o'clock Eastern Standard Time, some 38 minutes ago. Vice President Lyndon Johnson has left the hospital in Dallas, but we do not know to where he has proceeded. Presumably, he will be taking the oath of office shortly and become the 36th President of the United States.
President, over. All available information on President follows. Colonel General, he
and Governor Connolly of Texas have been hit in the car in which they were riding. We do not know how serious the situation is. We have no information. Mr. Bromley Smith is back here in the Situation Room now. We are getting our information over the tickers. Over. That is affirmative.
This version zooms in on the image as much as possible without causing deterioration. President Kennedy is kept at center frame. This is only in slow motion.
The magic bullet enters the president's back, headed downward at an angle of 17 degrees. It then moves upward in order to leave Kennedy's body from the front of his neck, wound number 2, where it waits 1.6 seconds, presumably in midair, where it turns right, then left, right, then left, and continues into Connolly's body at the rear of his right armpit, wound number.
There was no doubt in my mind but what it was a shot, and obviously I didn't know that whether the president was hit or not, but I did know that it was a shot. By the time the third shot was fired, I was coming around to cement abutment here, and as I came around, I looked in this direction, and there was a couple on the ground, and I thought there's 2 dead ones right there. But as I came on around the corner, they started to get up, and we were asking where'd the shots come from, and they were saying back this way somewhere. The presidential car was just entering the triple underpass, so I ran on across the grassy area here and up the grassy knoll. I don't know exactly when it was christened the grassy knoll, but sometime during the interchange. I didn't see anybody behind the fence, but there may have been somebody watching the parade behind the fence. In my judgment, while I've not seen all of the conspiracy theorist dissertations, my gut feeling is that most of them belong in the fiction section of your local library. The search had centered on the school book depository. We had some battery-powered flashlights that were here on the steps. I went over and picked up one of the flashlights and went with some other officers up the stairs to the 6th floor. We lined up along the east wall of the 6th floor and proceeded across the floor. Luke found what's been referred to as the sniper's nest. All of us had to go look at the sniper's nest. He found that. There were 2 cases of books that were stacked up, which could be used for a rifled rest, a partially eaten chicken meal, and some spent shells on the floor. Our whole way of living, I think, changed with the assassination of President Kennedy. We became much more security conscious. We weren't as trusting and as naive as we were before.
Over the weekend, President Trump tweeted that he would release all the files related to President John F. Kennedy's assassination. This after a lot of pushback from government agencies, including the CIA.
Right, so today we talked to a former CIA agent living right here in Tampa Bay who says a secret kept this long should have people worried about more than just conspiracy theories.
What is still relevant now, 50 years later, that can't be disclosed?
For 7 years, Andrew Bustamante kept secrets. It was his job as a CIA agent and has a few opinions on the recent release of some of the JFK files.
If it's deemed as secret information, it's supposed to have serious damage, serious risk to national security.
But he says some secrets, as with these files, 5 decades later, he just doesn't see risk to national security as a problem.
If it's not active, if it's not relevant, then why are we keeping the secret? That would mean that we are intentionally covering something that does not have immediate impact.
And since the assassination of the 35th president of the United States, conspiracy theories have circulated about a possible cover-up or inside job.
To think that the government is so well oiled that it can maintain a secret for that long, maintain an active conspiracy, it's a tough pill to swallow.
He says instead of giving life to the conspiracy theories, there is a better question to ask that applies to more than just the JFK files.
Is the government being responsible with the information that it does have?
So with everything that we're seeing with this JFK case, do you think that the word classified has now been diluted?
That's a good question. What I'm hoping will come of this is that people will start to ask the question, why was it classified? Why was it kept from me?
And although the president has given the directive, it's still not clear on exactly when the rest of those files are going to be released.
Yeah, it's just fascinating all around, and so much remains to be seen if they all will, in fact, be released. And like you said, when.
The FBI concluded that all 3 bullets struck inside the car.
He was hit by the first and the third. The second shot hit the governor. The third shot tore a large part of the president's head off.
The Warren Commission put itself in a straitjacket. They could not possibly allow more than 3 shots because 4 shots or more would have clearly indicated conspiracy, and they were not going there.
I was standing down under the underpass. On the curb, there was very visible mark where a bullet had struck. Either a fragment of the bullet scratched my face.
Records show the first shot had missed its target completely, and the final shot hit Kennedy in the head. So how does one account for 1 bullet hitting 2 victims and doing all this damage? Our inspector was a Yale Law School graduate working in the Philadelphia District Attorney's Office when he was asked to serve on the Warren Commission.
Aha! What if 1 bullet made all 7 wounds? Our inspector, he is the one that gave birth to the single bullet theory. What if 1 bullet went into Kennedy's back and came out his neck, and then went into Connolly's back, piercing the lung, destroying 4 inches of the right 5th rib, exiting from the front of his chest, going into the back of the wrist, shattering the distal end of the radius, and a 6'4" guy like Connolly, that's a big, heavy bone, comminuted fracture, exits from the front of the wrist, goes into his left thigh. Whatever you want, whatever you need, this bullet happily and readily obliges you. It is indeed a magic bullet.
CE 399 was the magic bullet, and all government investigations so far have treated that bullet as absolutely foundational to this case.
To explore glaring omissions in the tests fired for the commission, CBS News decided to conduct its own tests with the Mannlicher Carcano.
A moving target is harder to hit than a stationary one, and the elevation of the 6th floor window might make a difference. The only elevation for the Warren Commission firing tests was a 30-foot tower, less than half the height of the book depository's 6th floor above Elm Street. So CBS News had a tower and target track constructed to match exactly the heights and distances in Dealey Plaza. The target track was angled to match precisely the angle of Elm Street. The target, a standard FBI silhouette, moved by electric motor at 11 miles an hour, approximately the speed of the presidential limousine. A rifle of the same make and age as Oswald's was fitted with the same 4-power telescopic sight found on his rifle. 11 volunteer marksmen took turns, firing clips of 3 bullets each at the moving target. None of the men had much familiarity with the Italian Mannlicher Carcano, although each was given time to practice at a nearby indoor range, and most of the volunteers were experienced with bolt-action rifles. In each case, the first shot was fired at a point approximating the point at which the Warren Commission deduced the first shot was fired. Distance, about 175 feet. In 6 seconds, the distance grows to 270 feet. Results varied. A Maryland state trooper made 2 hits in the silhouette. 1 near miss in slightly less than 5 seconds. Another state trooper's best time was 5.4 seconds. 1 hit, 2 near misses. A weapons engineer had the best score. Three hits in 5.2 seconds.
With personnel clear, the range goes hot, and Michael Yardley takes Lee Harvey Oswald's shot. Yardley hits the head, but misses the exact impact point.
I pulled the shot right. I got the head.
His projectile grazes the target just to the right of the designated spot. The bullet opens up a channel through the target. The external skin and cranium expand rapidly and launch debris in all directions before closing back together. A side view shows the massive expansion caught on a single frame. Even though it's outside the necessary tolerances, there is still much to discuss.
It is interesting the way we've gone through the cranium. The bullet's blown out the side of the cranium, which is very similar to what happened on the day.
Absolutely. I think that the bullet tract itself is probably just actually inside the right temporal lobe of the model, but it's a very nice result. I think it's very close.
Maybe half an inch further to the right than we wanted. Right, let's try it again.
All righty.
The major controversy surrounding President Kennedy's autopsy is the location of the head entry wound. The official autopsy report places the entry wound about 2.5 centimeters to the right and slightly above the external occipital protuberance, which is the bump in the back of your head, which is represented right here on the x-ray. One of the things that happens when a bullet strikes the skull is it sends off these radiating primary fractures that you can follow back down to the entry point. As the head expands, it causes these concentric heaving fractures that occur perpendicular to the primary fractures. Using this pattern, you can backtrack to the location of the entry wound. Several of the investigative committees that were set up by the government placed the location of the entry wound much higher up on the top of the head. If that were the case, this would be the fracture pattern that we would see. We'd see the primary fracture lines radiating downwards with the concentric fractures circling back up to locate the entry wound at the top of the head. If we compare these two images with President Kennedy's head x-ray, which is down here, you can see these primary fractures going upwards in this direction, telling you that the entry wound is down low. We also have these secondary heaving fractures that occur as the head expands, also pointing to an entry wound that's down low. So if we compare the two possibilities, the autopsy described fracture pattern versus the investigative committee fracture pattern, you can see they're quite different. And if you try to overlay them, you'll see that it matches much more closely with this image here.
Although it may not look like it, this is a detailed replica of President John F. Kennedy's head. It's just one of the tools a new Discovery Channel show uses to take a deeper look at what really happened on the day he was assassinated on November 22, 1963. With state-of-the-art forensics technology, producers of JFK inside the target car have recreated that tragic day, and hopefully are shedding some new light on the lingering questions surrounding the events in Dealey Plaza. Australian firm Adelaide T&E Systems makes anatomically and biomechanically accurate human substitutes, essentially really lifelike dummies, to test consumer products and military weaponry. They're a far cry from the crash test dummies of old, and there's no one else building them. Technology like this wasn't around in 1964, when the Warren Commission conducted an investigation of Kennedy's murder. Questions remained and conspiracy theories were born. Was Lee Harvey Oswald really the lone gunman, or were there more shooters in Dallas that day? With the help of this dummy, the show finally tries to answer these questions. The design for the frangible ballistic head form includes all the structures of the human head. A ballistic gelatin derived from pig skins was used to model the brain. The skull was made of a vinyl resin base filled with fibers and minerals like calcium to achieve physical properties similar to that of human bone. And for both the dura that surrounds the brain and the external soft tissue, the company used a material with a polyurethane base to achieve soft, human-like flesh. The whole thing was modeled on Kennedy's proportions, using his hat size as a reference. It's molded and fitted on an artificial spine, and it's built to react the same way a human head would if shot. And shoot at it they did, from two angles: Oswald's perch on the 6th floor of the Texas Schoolbook Depository, and what's considered to be the likeliest location of a second shooter, the infamous grassy knoll. They recreated the limo Kennedy rode in and the site of the assassination on a California shooting range. All of this led them to conclude that there was only one shooter, just as the Warren Commission determined in 1964. For Discovery News, I'm Jorge Ribas. Although it may not look like
Being here today just brings back all the memories, really mixed emotions.
Almost 60 years ago, President John
Being here today just brings back all the memories, really mixed emotions, more so than the last few times that I've been here. I saw a man killed right in front of my eyes.
When Mary Ann Moorman was 31 years old, she learned that the presidential motorcade would drive through downtown Dallas. She was a fan of the First Lady, Jacqueline Kennedy. So Mary Ann and a friend, Jean Hill, headed to Dealey Plaza to watch the procession.
My son was in school and I had told him, "You can't be out of school, but I'll take a picture for you," never dreaming that that picture would be part of history.
Moorman, shown here in a still frame of the home movie famously shot by Abraham Zapruder, took just one photograph of the president that day. A grainy Polaroid snapped right as the presidential limousine was passing by.
As the car got closer to us, I stepped closer to the curb here, and Jean was yelling, "Mr. President, look this way." And when I put the camera up to my face, I wanted to make sure it was as close as I could get to him. And I snapped the picture, looking through the viewfinder, of course.
When the photo was developed, it became clear Moorman had pressed the shutter just as the 46-year-old president was hit and fatally wounded by a rifle's bullet. It's the only known photograph of the moment the president was struck that also captures the grassy knoll, an image studied endlessly over the years to determine if another shooter was there.
When the motorcade started to pass
she realized that she hadn't taken the one photograph that she promised her son.
Alan Governor is the writer and filmmaker behind The Silent Witness Speaks, which documents Moorman's story.
And when I asked her, what did you see when you looked through the viewfinder, she said she thought there was a gust of wind because his hair lifted up. She had no idea that what she was photographing was the assassination of the President of the United States.
Jackie hollered, "My God, he's been shot." We heard that so plain. And then just seconds later, he had slumped over on Jackie, and she started to climb out of the car. Well, by that time...
This interview with Moorman was filmed earlier this year at Dealey Plaza, where the 81-year-old originally took the iconic picture. The film is now being displayed at an exhibit at the International Center of Photography in New York City. It's called JFK, a bystander's view of history.
To me, photography was a way to manage that grief and that trauma, a way to try to get a handle on what really happened.
Brian Wallace, chief curator, poured over thousands of photographs for the exhibit.
One of the things that immediately struck me about these photographs was that sort of up-close and personal intimacy of these snapshots. I was surprised to find that people were allowed tremendous access to the president. In fact, the motorcade through Dallas in November 1963 was just for that purpose, so large crowds could get close to the president. The most extraordinary by far is the Polaroid taken by Marianne Moorman at the exact instant that the president was struck by the first bullet.
And it all happened in such just seconds, moments, really. And it was over with.
Josiah Thompson and Robert Groden are not the only people, of course, investigating President Kennedy's death. Knott Laboratory conducted an in-depth forensic examination from every angle and says that single bullet theory is not true, meaning Oswald was not working alone. Joining us now is Stanley Stoll, the CEO of Knott Laboratory, to discuss this study. Stanley, thanks so much for coming on.
Thanks, Natasha. Appreciate being here.
When a former Justice Department attorney came to you to re-examine President Kennedy's death, what went through your mind?
Yeah, so our team's been working on this for a long time. So this is a big case for us to be evaluating, but for us, it's just another case to apply our scientific methods to understand what happened back at that time. So big case, but just applying the science in the same manner that we've always done.
I understand, and I know you recreated the scene with lasers. How does that work? How long did this take?
Yeah, so the process is to laser scan Dealey Plaza using 3D high definition laser scanner. So all of that is like 36 scans that we've gone through and scanned and created a digital twin of the scene of Dealey Plaza.
And we're looking at some of this now. And based on the results, you say that you do not believe Lee Harvey Oswald was working alone that day. Where does your analysis say another bullet came from?
Well, we haven't gone so far to analyze whether there's another shooter in the case. All we've done is analyze the one single bullet and whether that could be the same bullet that passed through John F. Kennedy as well as Conley. And what our findings found is that those are two different trajectories that cannot create the same wound pattern that is presented in the autopsy reports.
I see. So at this time, do you believe that there was another shooter?
We don't know. We've got the model built so that now we can start to study all of the hypotheses, frankly. There's so much information coming out around the 60th anniversary, as you just alluded to in the special that's coming up. And the model now exists so that we can test those in a scientific manner.
What do you think should be done with this information going forward?
Just to take it, just like what I just said, just take the scan, take the digital twin, this scientific model of Dealey Plaza, where the limousine was presented, where exactly John F. Kennedy was sitting in the limousine, where Governor Conley was sitting in it, all the other evidence that exists in it, and then and start to evaluate those trajectories of where those bullets could have come from. Whether that, the Oswald's position, we have that lined out in our material, shown as a green line in there, and then we have another red line that's shown in our information that we presented that shows they're not parallel, and it's two different wound patterns that are generated from those two different trajectories.
All right, Stanley Stoll, appreciate your time tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Natasha.
Thank you for watching. Go to newsnationnow.com to find News Nation on your television provider. And don't forget to click the red subscribe button below to get more of News Nation's fact-driven, unbiased coverage.
U.S. President John Fitzgerald Kennedy's visit to Dallas, Texas on November the 22nd, 1963 was aimed at boosting his re-election bid ahead of the 1964 presidential vote. Thousands turned out to see the iconic leader and his wife Jacqueline travel in a motorcade through downtown Dallas. At 12:30 p.m. local time, as the president's open-top limousine reached Dealey Plaza, 3 gunshots were fired at the convoy. 2 bullets hit the president, 1 wounded him at the back of the neck and throat, the other caused a massive and fatal head injury. The president was pronounced dead at 1 p.m. in an historic announcement that stunned America. A government investigation found the shots were fired from the 6th floor of the Texas School Book Depository by 24-year-old Lee Harvey Oswald. But the suspect was never tried. 2 days later, he was shot dead by local cabaret owner Jack Ruby during a prison transfer. The fact the identity of Kennedy's assassin was never proven in the courts has given rise to various alternative and unproven theories as to what really happened and who may have been behind it. A House of Representatives report in 1979 concluded there was a high possibility that 2 gunmen were involved.
President's head exploded with mist of blood and flesh in the air, and I ducked as we drove through it. I just had a newsreel going through my head that was repeating. It was just like a looped tape of the president's head exploding. I could not shake it. This is the place to leave the bullet. It'll be found during the autopsy, and that will help them resolve what happened.
But you are convinced that the magic bullet is the same bullet you found?
I am convinced, yes.
I think it is the most important evidence in 60 years. Nothing else has come out like this that is so radically different from the standard narrative.
He was one of the first people to see the Zapruder film, the 26-second home movie that captured President Kennedy's assassination. Tonight, Dick Stoll, who now lives in Santa Fe, presented his own documentary on the subject. Here's News 13's Amanda Goodman.
It was, looking back, I think, the single most dramatic moment of my career.
50 years later, Dick Stoll has been reliving that moment over and over on media outlets around the country on this, the 50th anniversary of President John F. Kennedy's assassination. The Life magazine editor, who now lives in Santa Fe, was among the first to see the now infamous Zapruder film.
We were in a small room, no sound, this crickety old 8mm projector, and he was beaming it up against the nearby whitewashed wall.
Stolle flew to Dallas after learning of Kennedy's death. He tracked down the film after getting a tip that a local clothes maker caught the president's assassination on his home movie camera.
I'd never been to Dallas before, looked in the phone book, ran my finger down the Z's, and there it was. Zapruder, Abraham, and the phone number.
He worked out a deal with Abraham Zapruder, getting the magazine the exclusive rights to the video. They printed it in still frames.
I promised him that Life would not exploit the film.
Tonight, Stolle is again sharing his story, this time in the form of his own film, to a crowd at the Lensic Theater here in downtown Santa Fe.
When we saw that for the first time ever, three of us, a chorus.
He says to this day, the film astonishes him, telling News 13, even after 50 years, he still can't get used to it. In Santa Fe, Amanda Goodman, KRQE News 13.
Time Life paid $150,000 for the rights to the Zapruder film. Stolle would later become the first editor of People magazine.
On November 22, 1963, one bullet supposedly changed history in impossible ways. The day started like any other, with President Kennedy's motorcade making its way through the streets of Dallas. The crowds were cheering, and the atmosphere was filled with excitement and anticipation. But in a matter of moments, everything changed. The official theory claims that one bullet traveled through President Kennedy and Governor Connally, causing multiple wounds in both men. This theory, often referred to as the magic bullet theory, was put forth by the Warren Commission to explain the sequence of events that unfolded that fateful day. According to the commission, this single bullet entered Kennedy's back, exited through his throat, and then went on to hit Governor Connally, causing injuries to his chest, wrist, and thigh. But the bullet's path is filled with impossible angles, downward, curving, turning, and even exiting intact. Skeptics argue that the trajectory defies the laws of physics, making it hard to believe that one bullet could cause such extensive damage while remaining largely undamaged itself. How could one bullet follow such a bizarre route? Experts have conducted numerous tests and simulations to try and replicate the bullet's path, but the results often raise more questions than answers. Despite causing 7 wounds, the recovered bullet remained nearly pristine. This bullet, known as CE-399, has been the subject of intense scrutiny and debate. How could it remain so intact after causing so much damage? Real-world physics would leave it far more damaged. In controlled tests, bullets that pass through multiple objects or bodies typically show significant deformation and damage, unlike the nearly pristine CE-399. Yet, 3 bullet casings were found, but only 2 bullets' paths are accounted for in the official story. This discrepancy has led many to question the validity of the lone gunman theory. The magic bullet was critical to the lone gunman theory. Without this explanation, the idea that Lee Harvey Oswald acted alone becomes much harder to support. Without it, multiple shooters become a likely reality. The possibility of a second shooter has been a cornerstone of many conspiracy theories, suggesting a more complex plot behind the assassination. In light of physics, evidence, and logic, the magic bullet seems less fact and more myth. The inconsistencies and unanswered questions surrounding this theory continue to fuel debate and speculation. Could one bullet really do all this? The debate over the magic bullet theory is far from settled, and it remains one of the most controversial aspects of the JFK assassination. Like, subscribe, and let's dive deeper into history together. Join us as we continue to explore the mysteries and controversies that shape our understanding of the past.
I mean, you go into the JFK thing and there's so many conspiracies surrounding that. Nobody believes the official account, you know what I mean?
Exactly.
And that's what's crazy was that the government actually said it was a magic bullet. This is like, it's like, if you know,
They
it's
said
like,
this?
they say it was a magic bullet that did it. They were like, yeah, you know, it was magic, all right? Go back to your room and shit. Like, it's like living with an abusive parent that just doesn't even bother to get creative with like their lie. Like, I don't think that he could have possibly done it alone because the bullet came from this this angle, and his head moved back and to the left, like, hey, whatever, it was magic, all right? Now shut your mouth and go back to your room.
It's getting
Don't you
blown.
ever disrespect me or your stepmother again, you piece of shit. It was a magic bullet. But that was the theory. It was called the magic bullet theory because everybody talked about how it couldn't have been from his gun at that angle to shoot him, because if you watch the videotape, he goes back and to the left, back and to the left. And they're saying, oh, it was one bullet, and then it went through the driver, and it made a U-turn. It paused for us 2 seconds, then it did another U-turn, and it hit this guy. Then it turned around this. It was the magic bullet. And people just, okay, it makes sense to me. It was a magic bullet. Well, there's nothing to look into here. Like, no, you shut up and go back to your room, all right? It was magic, all right? Don't you ask questions. Don't you ever disrespect me, all right? Don't you ask any questions about... And then they say, don't you ever disrespect me, all right? They act like... Because people are genuinely curious. Like, well, it doesn't seem to make sense, that this, happened. There had to be another person. Because everybody's pointing to the hill. They were saying there was somebody coming from the hill and all this other... Hey, you shut your mouth. It was a magic bullet. Don't make me smack you, all right? I'm going to smack you so hard your head is going to spin. All right?
That's the best.
But what is this like, it was a magic bullet. Was this Harry Potter Oswald involved in this? Did this bullet come from Hogwarts? Did he get trained? Now see here, Harry, this may look like a regular rifle, but the bullet inside is magic. Been known to take out a presidential candidate who doesn't go along with the war efforts in Vietnam.
I think will be very supportive, and we've also been told that the CIA director is very supportive. To put it in perspective, I think that this issue transcends not just one administration, but multiple administrations, and it hasn't been until now that we've been able to get people actually in positions of power that will push for transparency. Now, if I find that different entities in the various intelligence agencies are stonewalling us, I'm going to make that known to the American people. But as of right now, we are cautiously optimistic.
What's your priority list? Because Epstein, 9/11.
Our first investigation will be announced, but it's going to be covering on a thorough investigation into the John F. Kennedy assassination. And I can tell you, based on what I've been seeing so far, the initial hearing that was actually held here in Congress was actually faulty in the single bullet theory. I believe that there were two shooters, and we should be finding more information as we are able to gain access into the SCIF, hopefully before the files are actually released to the public.
Thank you for doing this. Have you identified the Democrats who will sit on the task force, and could you talk a little bit more about the role of Democrats in this?
Yeah, so again, this is a bipartisan commission. Remember, JFK was a Democrat, RFK was a Democrat, and I'm sure that I think the entire conference has a question on what actually happened with Dr. Martin Luther King, but also UAPs. You guys know that that was the biggest bipartisan bicameral hearing that we've ever had, I think, in congressional history. I do not know who their members are yet. They've noticed it, but they're taking this very seriously. This is not a conspiracy theory investigating committee. We're actually looking to present truth to the American people. And it's in my opinion that no one person elected to office is more important or more qualified to look at the information that they've been hiding from us. And so we look to push for that transparency.
What sort of witnesses will you expect to have at your hearings? I know you said the first one's in March. Would that be department heads, former employees of various agencies?
Would you like to jump in? Yeah, I was going to say, based on what we're actually looking to do with the JFK investigation, I'm looking to actually bring in some of the attending physicians at the initial assassination, and then also people that had been on the various commissions looking into, like the Warren Commission looking into the initial assassinations. There's been conflicting evidence, and I think that even the FBI at the time reported some anomalies in the initial autopsy at Bethesda, Maryland. All of those, though, seem to have been rinsed and repeated in the media to push a certain narrative that we don't agree with. And so I think that in order to put to bed some of the theories that have been out there on John F. Kennedy, we have to know the full truth, and the full truth starts with transparency, and that's why these files is so important for the American people to read for themselves.
So we're at the Kennedy Center. Needs a lot of work. We're going to fix it, make it beautiful. It's a very big part of the fabric of D.C. and the Capitol. We're bringing back the Capitol. We're bringing back our country. But while we're here, I thought it would be appropriate. We are tomorrow announcing and giving all of the Kennedy files. So people have been waiting for decades for this. And I've instructed my people that are responsible, lots of different people, put together by Tulsi Gabbard, and that's going to be released tomorrow. We have a tremendous amount of paper. You've got a lot of reading. I don't believe we're going to redact anything. I said, just don't redact. You can't redact. But we're going to be releasing the JFK files, and that would be tomorrow. Do you have anything else to add to that, Carolyn? So that's a big announcement. They've been waiting for that for decades. Then I said during the campaign I'd do it, and I'm a man of my word. So tomorrow you have the JFK files. What time will they be released? Tomorrow afternoon. Okay.
Have you seen what's in the files? Have you read them?
I've heard about them.
Was there anything interesting?
It's going to be very interesting.
Was there an executive summary supplied to you, Mr. President?
No, I'm not doing summaries. You'll write your own summaries. It's many pages. Is it 80,000 pages? Approximately 80,000 pages. So it's a lot of stuff. And you'll make your own determination.
You have criticized President Biden for using AutoPen in the last few days. Have you yourself ever used AutoPen, sir?
Yeah, only for very unimportant papers. And I don't call them unimportant. If you do letters where people write in and, they'd love to have a response, and we'll write responses, and I'll sign them whenever I can. But when I can't, I, would use an AutoPen. But to use them for what they've used them for is terrible.
Yes, sir. And when you signed the CR,
Who are you with?
Sir, I'm with NBC News.
Oh, that's the same one. I don't want to talk to NBC anymore. I think you're so discredited.
Mr. President, when most people think of the Kennedy Center, they think of the Kennedy Center Honors. It takes place in December every year. Is that something that you anticipate hosting at the White House? And what do you think that
We're going to have honors. We're going to have, I think it's going to be a much bigger show than it has been in the past. It got tired, very boring, very radical left. Unless you were a radical left, it just seemed that nobody was chosen. There are a lot of people out there that can get the honors, and we're going to do it. I think we'll have a very big show. It's going to be a very big show. We have some surprises on that show, some big surprises, but I think it has a chance to be a very big show. That's a big part of the Kennedy Center, the honors that evening. And so I think you're going to be really surprised. I think it's going to get great ratings, actually.
Mr. President, there's been some discussion about potentially meeting with Putin in your administration. If there is a peace deal signed, would you be open to inviting Putin to the White House?
Well, I don't want to really even discuss it. I've got to get the deal signed. 2,000 people a week sometimes are killed, and we have to get that agreement signed. But that's the only thing I think about.
Are you confident that could happen tomorrow, as soon as tomorrow?
We're going to have a very important call. We've had calls, but we're getting down to a very critical stage. And we want to get the whole Russia-Ukraine thing done. And I think Ukraine wants it. I know they want it. Everybody wants it. It's tremendous death. The bloodshed is unbelievable, like few people have ever seen before.
And on the drug cartels, do you have a red line for the drug cartels that if crossed, it would automatically trigger a military response from the U.S.?
Well, we'll see, but we're not going to put up with it. This country is not going to allow people to come in and dump drugs and kill our youth, and other than our youth, too. Older people are very much affected, so we're not going to let that happen. Thank you very much.
Mr. President, on the 30-day ceasefire, Mr. President, is Ukraine's already committed to this?
This is what we learned when we were in Dallas last November with John. Set to music. Failure at the Bay of Pigs in 1961 was blamed on JFK by right-wing sons of guns, the Joint Chiefs, and the CIA. In the following year, proposed to crash a plane to instigate our fear. Then blame it on Castro to invade Cuba again. But JFK said, "No way, Jose," and nixed the Northwoods Plan. the Cuban Missile Crisis was in '62. LeMay wanted World War III, but Jack said that won't do. Instead, he said to Khrushchev, let's wind down the Cold War. But the military complex showed JFK the door. J. Edgar's FBI, with scant investigation, denied bullets did fly from another direction. Magic bullet is a lie, single gunman is a lie. He vowed to exit Vietnam in 1963, but war criminals with napalm would not let that be. Their bullets gave us LBJ and war by fabrication. By their killing JFK, we got escalation. That's why they did it. That was their plan. 2 bullets through JFK killed 2 million in Vietnam. 50,000 soldiers died in the CIA's war. Twice that number of suicides. It's time that we settle the score. The CIA and corporate media together in bed they lay. Mostly hype and propaganda. Can't believe a word they say. Magic bullet is a lie, single gunman is a lie. After the Bay of Pigs, Jack purged the CIA, but he did not purge enough, 'cause they blew him away. Today the drones of the CIA are making enemies galore. If JFK had his way, we would not have endless war. Every president since '63 saw the writing on the wall. They either come from the agency or otherwise they play ball. It's time for us to pay our dues. We can stop the corporate brass. They lie for war, but we can choose, like with Syria, to take a pass. Magic bullet is a lie, single gunman is a lie. A lie, a lie.
Kennedy. I love talking about the Kennedy assassination because to me it's a great example of a totalitarian government's ability to, manage information and thus keep us in the dark any way they do. Oh, sorry, wrong meeting. Shit. That's the meeting we're having tomorrow at the docks. I love talking about Kennedy. I was just down in Dallas, Texas. You know, you can go down there and to Dealey Plaza where Kennedy was assassinated, and you can actually go to the 6th floor of the School Book Depository. It's a museum called the Assassination Museum. I think named that after the assassination. I can't be too sure of the chronology here, but anyway, they have the window set up to look exactly like it did on that day, and it's really accurate, you know, because Oswald's not in it. Yeah, so. Wow. Painstaking accuracy, you know. It's true. It's called a sniper's nest. It's glassed in. It's got the boxes sitting there, and you can't actually get to the window itself. And the reason they did that, of course, they didn't want thousands of American tourists getting there each year going, "No fucking way! I can't even see the road! Shit, they're lying to us! Fuck! Where are they? There's no fucking way! Not unless Oswald was hanging by his toes, upside down from the ledge. Either that or some pigeons grabbed onto him, flew him over the motorcade. Surely someone would have seen that. You know, there was rumors of anti-Castro pigeons seen drinking in bars. Someone overheard them saying, "Coo, coo, coo." Unbelievable. And you know what's wild is people's attitudes in the States about it. Talking about Kennedy, people come up to me, "Bill, quit talking about Kennedy, man. Let it go. It's a long time ago. Just forget about it." I'm like, all right, then don't bring up Jesus to me. As long as we're talking shelf life here. "Bill, you know, Jesus died for you." Yeah, it was a long time ago. Forget about it. How about this? Get Pilate to release the fucking files. Quit washing your hands, Pilate, and release the goddamn files. Who else was on that grassy Golgotha that day? "Bill, it was just, you know, taking over of democracy by totalitarian government. Let it go." Okay. Sorry. Back and to the left. 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 Which, by the way, that action you see Kennedy's head do in the Zapruder film, caused by a bullet coming from up there. Yeah. I know it looks to the layman or someone who might dabble in physics. This action here would have been caused by a bullet coming from, well, up here. Did you see that? Did everyone see that? Yeah, but no. What happened was Oswald's gun went off, causing an echo through the buildings of Dealey Plaza. And the echo went by the limo on the left, up into the grassy knoll, hitting some leaves, causing dust to fly out, which 56 witnesses testified was a gunshot, because immediately Kennedy's head went over. But the reason his head went over is because the echo went by the motorcade on the left, and he went, "What was that?" So there. We have figured it out. Go back to bed, America. Your government has figured out how it all transpired. Go back to bed, America. Your government is in control again. Here's American Gladiators. Watch this. Shut up. Go back to bed, America. Here is American Gladiators. Here is 56 channels of it. watch these pituitary retards bang their fucking skulls together and congratulate you on living in the land of freedom. Here you go, America. You are free to do as we tell you. You are free to do as we tell you. Oh, good. Honey, I heard on the news that they figured out that the gun, what happened is that there is an echo, and that Kennedy was asking Jackie what it was, and that's why its head flew up. Honey, what time's Gladiators on? Are we missing it? Woo, I'm so glad we're free, honey. Great to be here. I thank you. I've been on the road doing comedy for 10 years now, so bear with me while I plaster on a fake smile and plow through this shit one more time. Teasing, it's magic every show. I love being a comedian. It's the greatest job in the world, really. I love the hour, you know, and the greatest thing about it is I don't have a boss. That's a definite plus in a lifestyle, man. You know, every job I ever had with bosses, I was always harassed. Hicks, how come you're not working? I go, there's nothing to do. Well, you pretend like you're working. Well, why don't you pretend I'm working? Yeah, man, you get paid more than me, you fantasize. Yeah, I'll pretend I'm mopping. Knock yourself out. I'll pretend they're buying stuff. We can close up. Love being a comedian, but I hate the travel part of it. Travel sucks. Sitting in airports, sitting on the plane, on the runway, and the plane won't take off. My personal favorite. Frequent waiting. Yeah. Telling you, every time I see a hijacking on the news now, I just think to myself, do it. Okay, let's see how far you get. I paid and didn't get off the ground, man. I've thought about that, putting a gun to a pilot's head. That'd feel real good. Just one time. This is a hijacking. Where do you want to go, Cuba? No, I want to go where this plane was supposed to be 5 hours ago! That's right, I'm hijacking this plane to its scheduled destination. Who's in? Who's in? I've been traveling. I've noticed a certain anti-intellectualism sweeping our world I find quite frightening. I was in Nashville, Tennessee last year. After the show, I went to a Waffle House. I'm not proud of it. I was hungry. And I'm alone, I'm eating, and I'm reading a book, right? Waitress walks over to me. Hey, what you reading for? Sound like the weirdest question you've ever heard? Not what am I reading, but what am I reading for? Well, God damn it, you stumped me. Why do I read? Well, I guess I read for a lot of reasons, and the main one is so I don't end up being a waffle waitress. Fairly high on the list of reasons. But then, this trucker in the next booth gets up, stands over me, and goes, well, looks like we got ourselves a reader. What the f***'s going on here? It's not like I walked into a Klan rally in a Boy George outfit. God damn it, it's a book. I read. There, I said it. The waitress goes, why read when you can just flip on the tube? Because it's not the same. What do you think I'm reading? Hee Haw the book?
We never have sex anymore, my wife and I, because we have a baby, and our baby is a fucking asshole.
Go to work, I can't even have a normal conversation with a female at work. She's like, and then Ralph put the files over here. And I'm looking at her, and in my mind, I'm just like, I wish my penis was right here.
See, folks, here's the deal, man. My humble opinion is that what the problem with the world is very simple. We're undergoing evolution. All our institutions are failing and crumbling around us because they're no longer relevant. I'd say let them go. Let's create a new philosophy. What do you say? Let's create a new religion. What do you think? I mean, it's not necessarily new, but the seeds are real. And the religion, love and acceptance and forgiveness. That's good stuff. Let's keep that. Let's just drop all the dogma. Okay? And let's take care of the planet. Okay? Okay. You know what I mean? That's all. It's just evolution. Evolution does not end with us growing opposable thumbs. Okay? We're at the point now in history, the first time ever, we can evolve at will. And the way we do it is we evolve ideas. That's how we're going to do it. And we'll talk about that in a minute. But I'll tell you, I was down in Australia when the Waco debacle ended. And I was very bummed because I thought that was the most fascinating story of the year, bar none. And everyone was so upset with that guy because he called himself Jesus, right? And I said, come on, you know, the guy's real name is Vernon. Let him be Jesus for a couple of months. What's it to you? Who's going to follow a Messiah named Vernon anyway? You've got to be Jesus. That's part of the Messiah deal. You know? But isn't that weird? People always snap and think they're Jesus in our country. Isn't that fucking odd? How come no one ever snaps and thinks they're Buddha? You know, I mean, particularly in America, you know, where more people resemble Buddha than Jesus. I'm Buddha. You're Bubba. I'm Buddha now. All I gotta do is change 2 letters on my belt. Bubba, Buddha. But I was in Australia, and the Australians had a big contingency at the Branch Davidian compound. I'm from Texas, so they were very curious. They were asking me all about it. You know, oh, this guy's so weird, isn't he? This guy Koresh is so weird. And I was thinking, well, wait a minute. Frustrated rock musician with a messianic complex, armed to the teeth, and trying to fuck everything that moves. I don't know how to tell you this. It sounds like every one of my friends in Austin. I don't know if this is going to be an isolated incident. For Will Sexton to build a compound somewhere. It's an Austin name. I picked it out of a hat. Pick your own Austin guitarist. Have fun with the joke. But I thought the whole thing was an absolute disaster and a debacle. And if any of y'all have been watching public access and seen the footage, which was not shown on any major news media source, of the tanks, Bradley tanks, shooting fire into the compound, which I think went against the party line story, which was that they shot tear gas in order to help the mothers and the children to get out, to convince them while they're destroying the compound, they're getting the mom and children out. The soft cell is definitely the FBI's way. And anyway, so the major news said that the Branch Davidians started the fire. If I'm not mistaken, correct me when I go off the story. And that the Branch Davidians started, and all they did was shoot in tear gas. And yet I've seen with my own eyes and my squeegee third eye footage of a Bradley tank shooting fire into the compound, which, isn't that odd that no major news source has picked up on that? How do you think that's newsworthy? Because that basically means that the government, from the FBI, the ATF, up to Janet Reno, including Clinton, are liars and murderers. And wait, there's more. And I mean, the implications are vast. You know, and if the ATF and FBI had any honor, if there was any honor left or dignity on this planet, they would commit Harry while first admitting what they've done. They'd kill themselves because they are liars and murderers. Oh, we had to bust the compound down because we heard child molestation was going on. Yeah, if that's true, how come we don't see Bradley tanks knocking down Catholic churches? I'm talking if child molestation is actually your concern. Well, there's a methamphetamine lab on this, another one. And not one child came out of there saying they were molested. Not one child. Did you see the news footage? It's good footage. I love it. Psychologists were dealing with the kids who came out, and they said, tell us where you live. Show us where you live. Draw a picture. And this little girl drew a picture of a house, a beautiful little house, with a rainbow over it and the word love in the sky. And the psychiatrist goes, is that all? And she thought about it. And then she put bullet holes all over the house. Well, wait a minute. Wasn't it you guys shoot the bullets? It's amazing how they fuck with your head. They don't want the voice of reason spoken, folks, because otherwise we'd be free. Otherwise we wouldn't believe their fucking horseshit lies, nor the fucking propaganda machine, the mainstream media, and buy their horseshit products that we don't fucking need and become a third world consumer fucking plantation, which is what we're becoming. Fuck them. They're liars and murderers. All governments are liars and murderers. And I am now Jesus. Now, this is my compound. And I knew Billy Clinton became one of the boys when he bombed Iraq. Remember that? It was just a little news story for 2 days. Isn't that interesting? He launched 22 cruise missiles against Baghdad in retaliation for the alleged assassination attempt against George Bush, which failed. We killed 6 innocent people launching 22, I think $3 million apiece missiles on Baghdad, killing 6 innocent people. I think that's a little bit overdoing it, if you ask me. You know what we should have done? We should have embarrassed the Iraqis. You know what I mean? Here's how we could do it. We should have assassinated Bush. He said, that's how you do it, cowhead. Don't fuck with us. And see, if Bush had been the one who had died, there would have been no loss of innocent life. I'm a problem solver. I have this feeling, man, because you know there's a handful of people actually run everything. That's true. It's provable. It's not I'm not a conspiracy nut. It's provable. Handful, very small elite run and own these corporations, which include the mainstream media. I have this feeling who's ever elected president, like Clinton was, no matter what the promises you promise on the campaign trail, blah, 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 when you win, you go into this smoky room with 12 industrialists, capitalist scum fucks who got you in there, and you're in this smoky room, and this little film screen comes down, and a big guy in a cigar roll the film. And it's a shot of the Kennedy assassination from an angle you've never seen before. It looks suspiciously off the grassy knoll. And then the screen goes up and the lights come up and they go to the new president. Any questions? Just what my agenda is. First we bomb Baghdad. You got it. It's time to evolve ideas, folks, and here's what I mean by that. I'll give you an example how we can do it while y'all are looking at your tabs and questioning if you're going to get out of here without washing dishes. That's an expensive Coke. I don't think I've ever had a Coke that cost $7. It was kind of flat tasting, too. You'd think a $7 Coke would be real sparkling and fresh, wouldn't you? But it was kind of flat and tasteless, huh? Welcome to comedy. time to evolve ideas. How, Bill? How? You guys are still paying attention. Is that the last dick joke? Wake us when the dick jokes come, Bill. How do we evolve ideas? For instance, why is the drug czar of this country a cop? Why isn't the drug czar of the United States of America? Why do we have a drug czar? A. B. Why is he a cop? Why isn't he a guy who's been through recovery, who's been a drug addict and an alcoholic and has overcome it and can deal with the drug through the eyes of compassion, empathy, and forgiveness? You know, people who do drugs are not fucking criminals. If they do them to abuse, they're sick. And I don't think throwing sick people in fucking jail is going to heal them. See how we've evolved an idea there? We've left the condemnation and enforcement era. We've left it behind and now entered an era called compassion and empathy for your brother. Kennedy. I love talking about the Kennedy assassination because to me it's a great example of a totalitarian government's ability to, manage information and thus keep us in the dark any way they do. Oh, sorry, wrong meeting. Shit. That's the meeting we're having tomorrow at the docks. I love talking about Kennedy. I was just down in Dallas, Texas. You can go down there and to Dealey Plaza where Kennedy was assassinated. And you can actually go to the 6th floor of the School Book Depository. It's a museum called the Assassination Museum. I think named that after the assassination. I can't be too sure of the chronology here, but anyway, they have the window set up to look exactly like it did on that day. And it's really accurate, because Oswald's not in it. Yeah, so, wow, that's good. Painstaking accuracy, It's true, it's called a sniper's nest. It's glassed in, it's got the boxes sitting there, and you can't actually get to the window itself. And the reason they did that, of course, they didn't want thousands of American tourists getting there each year going, no fucking way! I can't even see the road! Shit, they're lying to us! Fuck! Where are they? There's no fucking way! Not unless Oswald was hanging by his toes, upside down from the ledge. Either that or some pigeons grabbed onto him, flew him over the motorcade. Surely someone would have seen that. There was rumors of anti-Castro pigeons seen drinking in bars. Someone overheard them saying, coo, coo, coo. Unbelievable. And what's wild is people's attitudes in the States about it. Talking about Kennedy, people come up to me, Bill, quit talking about Kennedy, man. Let it go. It's a long time ago. Just forget about it. I'm like, all right, then don't bring up Jesus to me. Well, as long as we're talking shelf life here. Bill, Jesus died for you. Yeah, it was a long time ago. Forget about it. How about this? Get Pilate to release the fucking files. Quit washing your hands, Pilate, and release the goddamn files. Who else was on that grassy Golgotha that day? Bill, it was just, taking over of democracy by totalitarian government. Let it go. Okay. Sorry.
Well,
know, I have spent the better part of last night and today at the very bottom of the rabbit hole on these JFK files. And what do you know? I mean, not too much new, but literally what everyone already knew, which the government, entrenched bureaucrats, and overeducated institutionalists called us conspiracy theorists for. Turns out to be true. And if you think it's crazy, look no further than Chuck Schumer. He basically said the quiet part out loud when Trump was pushing the same buttons Kennedy was years ago.
You take on the intelligence community, they have 6 ways from Sunday at getting back at you. So even for a practical, supposedly hard-nosed businessman, he's being really dumb to do this.
And I'm going to prove him right, because much of what was released we already knew. But to illustrate exactly why I don't trust the government, we're going to put it all in one place for you, with the old and the new info, because it's pretty crazy how so many things are connected. Let's take a walk down that rabbit hole, shall we? You ever heard of a guy named Gary Underhill? He was a former World War II military intel guy who then went on to work for the CIA, working for projects such as special assignments that were classified. Well, in 1964, the Warren Commission determined that Lee Harvey Oswald assassinated Kennedy and acted alone. Shortly after, Mr. Underhill traveled from D.C. to New Jersey to confide in some friends, and according to newly unredacted report, what he said to those friends was, quote, he attributed the Kennedy murder to a CIA clique which was carrying on a lucrative racket in gun running, narcotics, and other contraband, and manipulating political intrigue to serve its own ends. Kennedy supposedly got wind that something was going on and was killed before he could blow the whistle on it. And wouldn't you know, 6 months later, Mr. Underhill was found dead, alone, and had allegedly shot himself in the left side of his head, even though he was right-handed. It was ruled a suicide. Now, in my experience on this earth, people who have come forward with information that incriminates big people or organizations that end up dead, I mean, do you really believe they killed themselves? Like Jeffrey Epstein? Don't worry, I'll get to that in a sec. Now, lots of other factors raise eyebrows, but did you know that JFK's car route was also changed at the last minute? By who? The mayor, Earl Cabell, who was, at the time of the shooting, a current CIA asset, and his brother, Charles, had been a senior member at the CIA that had been forced to retire from the agency the year before by JFK. Why does this matter? Oh, this goes on to why the CIA would have it out for JFK as well. You ever heard of an agency called the ICA, the International Cooperation Administration? Probably not. Why? Because they were disbanded. They were the agency that was disbanded after the Bay of Pigs disaster in April of 1961. Mentioned this before, where under JFK, the U.S. tried to invade Cuba during the Cold War using humanitarian and foreign aid as a front to gather intel for that invasion. That bad intel that was gathered landed assets in a swamp, compounded with the fact that Kennedy denied air support that doomed the entire operation. That tension between the intel community and JFK was only made worse when Kennedy famously said this failure that would, quote, he would splinter the CIA into 1,000 pieces and scatter it to the winds. And 5 months later, he closed that agency, the ICA, which was seen as an attempt to hamper unaccountable covert operations. Guess what agency he started in its place? A little-known agency that was supposed to be more accountable to the State Department. That agency was called USAID. You see, prior to this, multiple agencies were using foreign assistance under their own agency cover to cover up their operations. The State Department, the CIA, and tons of others, many using the ICA as cover while competing to see who could out-intel each other, often with massive overlaps, and there were tons of turf wars within our own agencies. USAID was supposed to be the answer to stream all the accountability on that through the State Department. It really had absolutely nothing to do with building wells in Africa. Trust me, it was a cover, okay? As a SEAL, I was in countries that we weren't at war with for humanitarian purposes too, okay? I know this. Which gets me to the convenience of Lee Harvey Oswald. Now, the reasoning of Oswald being the lone actor was that he had met with Cuban officials in Mexico City before and this whole assassination then happened. The official reports allege that it was carried out as retaliation related to the Bay of Pigs. But was it? We know that LBJ and Kennedy had beef, which led to a variety of other theories, including allegations that LBJ was in on it, with people citing multiple reports, what appeared to be LBJ ducking prior to the first shot even being fired. And one of the first things LBJ did as the president after the assassination, which raised even more concern, was to establish that Warren Commission I mentioned earlier to investigate it. And who led that? A little guy named Allen Dulles. Now, Allen Dulles had been the former CIA director that JFK had fired. There were also significant policy 180s, like the reversal on Vietnam, where Kennedy's intent was to withdraw from Vietnam, and then LBJ, when he took over, accelerated the war. Now, almost all of this is not new, and much of it the CIA was happy to release at the time. But what we're finding out from these recent docs last night is that the CIA had one request. They had no oppositions to releasing most of this stuff years ago, but they did have one request for redactions. Any mention of Israel or Israeli intelligence. Why? What were they doing? Were they involved in this? In fact, over a dozen incidences cited in the recent documents we got last night said that it was redacted from previously released documents. I don't have the answer to this, and these documents don't tell us. But this issue is part of the 1% that has been withheld all these years, which leads me to my already previous conclusion in general, that is, you can't trust the government for anything. By all accounts released, it appears that our own government assassinated the President of the United States, classified it, and then systematically leaked parts of the files over decades to the public, allowing for theories to be perpetuated for decades. Some of them were widely accepted as fact even. This type of campaign, that drip, drip, drip of information, that is a classic psyop that our intel community uses overseas to overthrow governments. Sometimes it's a method to desensitize people to the actual story when it does come out. That often confirms previous theories, and people don't even take it as a new revelation. Here we are. A lot of networks aren't even running the story in the first half of their shows, less than 24 hours after it has come out that the CIA apparently assassinated a president to change policy. So while this drop didn't tell me anything I didn't already suspect, it also conveniently held until, anyone was involved was dead, including the fact that the Secret Service agent that was assigned to JFK that day, the dude who jumped on the hood of that car, he conveniently died a month ago, which did confirm one thing. Question the government. No. I don't care. You don't get to tell me I'm a conspiracy theorist anymore for anything. The onus is now on the government to give me the reason to trust them. Because beyond all this, the reckless spending, lying about foreign wars, forced vaccinations, currency manipulation, whatever, it's the same MO. If you dig past any headline on any matter, you get more questions than answers. I want to know about the Tesla that blew up in front of Trump Tower in Vegas. Why don't we know anything about that? I want to know about Thomas Matthew Crooks, the guy who shot at Trump. I want to know about Ryan Ruth and the Vegas shooter and Area 51. I want to know. No, actually, you know what? I deserve to know who Jeffrey Epstein trafficked children to. Was it the people running my government? We're owed those answers. Did he even kill himself? We are owed an answer on the $250 billion missing dollars from the Pentagon budget in the last audit. I deserve to know what you spent my Social Security contributions on. I demand to know whether or not there's any gold at all in Fort Knox, or how the CIA, via the Pakistani ISI, used Osama bin Laden as an intel asset for years, and then they let him fly planes into the Twin Towers, and then let him live in Pakistan 500 yards from their equivalent of a West Point when we killed him. Given my personal sacrifice in Iraq, I deserve to see the evidence of WMDs that we allegedly went to war for, that spent trillions of dollars and killed thousands of American troops. I want to know why they tried to force us to get vaccinated, why so many of them affiliated with making the decisions about COVID didn't practice any of the precautions that they mandated on us. I want to know everything. And I have the right to ask or demand, because this government works for us and they've forgotten that. Our government is supposed to be of, by, and for the people. These files that came out don't allow you to laugh at me or dismiss me on any question I have ever again. The government now has to prove to me why we should trust them. And if you work for the government, if you're one of these bureaucrats like shrugging your shoulders, if you don't care, may I remind you that's why Trump won. Because you guys betrayed that trust. You've done it a million times. The JFK files are just the latest example. That is why America doesn't trust the government. And what's the worst part about this is that Trump is the first guy in a long time that is making an effort to earn that trust back. And they're trying to kill him for it.
He loves the Constitution. He fights for what's right. He hates the bad guys. He's a freedom warrior. He's your freedom warrior. Watch Carl Higbie every weekday on Newsmax.
Over 60 years later, we're still obsessed with John F. Kennedy's assassination, and with good reason. Here are just some of the bizarre facts that have us still wondering what really happened in Dallas that day. When historians call Lee Harvey Oswald enigmatic, they're severely underplaying just how mysterious he was. There's a lot we don't know about the 20th century's most infamous assassin. We don't know why he did it, and we don't know why he spent the weeks before the assassination hanging out in Mexico City. As Professor T. Jeremy Gunn put it to NPR, back then the city was, quote, the spy capital of the Western Hemisphere. Cuban agents, Soviet moles, and CIA operatives all rubbed shoulders there, and Oswald was among them, raises all sorts of questions.
It's a mystery wrapped in a riddle inside an enigma!
We do know Oswald used his time in Mexico to try and secure a Soviet visa. We don't know why the records of this are all screwed up. The day he visited the Soviet embassy just happens to be the day the CIA's camera wasn't working, so we have no pictures. We once had a recording of a tapped phone call from a guy claiming to be Oswald. The controversial former FBI director J. Edgar Hoover decided it wasn't Oswald's voice, so the tape vanished. That's before we get on to the random guys Oswald was with. According to Politico, CIA informers saw Oswald with two young Americans at a party in the city. We still haven't established their identities. All we know is that they spent a few days hanging out with a soon-to-be presidential assassin and then vanished forever. One of the spies in Mexico City at the time of Oswald's visit was June or Jerry Cobb, an Oklahoma girl who turned pro-Castro revolutionary before becoming disgusted with Cuba and turning CIA spy. Cobb was a valuable intelligence asset. Her claims were usually taken seriously, so when she followed up Kennedy's assassination by telling her CIA handlers Oswald had been seen at a Mexico City party where people joked about killing JFK, you better believe the feds listened. The story comes via Politico, and we should say here that its specifics remain shrouded in mystery. Cobb's file is still under lock and key for security reasons, so Politico's reporting comes only from related CIA and FBI files. Still, it's fascinating reading. Mexican playwright Elena Garro reported the party to Cobb, saying it was a meeting place for Cuban diplomats. Some were even joking about how useful it'd be if Kennedy was killed. Garro's information was so shocking that the FBI interviewed her in 1964, but Cobb's intel was disparaged by the CIA, and no follow-up action seems to have been taken. No evidence connecting the assassination to Cuba or the Soviets has ever surfaced, even after the opening of the KGB files. Still, it does make you wonder what exactly happened at that party and just what Oswald was doing there. Perhaps the strangest thing about Oswald is that he didn't spend the run-up to Kennedy's death being tailed by the CIA, FBI, and every other department. Oswald was a defector. On October 16, 1959, he arrived in Moscow and wrote to the Soviet authorities, renouncing his American citizenship. Then, when the Kremlin rejected his overtures, Oswald tried to kill himself. That was enough to grant him a temporary stay in the USSR. The KGB shipped him off to Minsk to work in a radio factory. According to Pulitzer Prize-winning journalist Anthony Summers, Oswald later claimed he'd offered the Soviets information on America's U-2 spy planes.
No, sir, I am not a communist. I have studied Marxist philosophy, yes, sir, and also other philosophers.
Flash forward to June 1962, and Oswald was back in the States, this time with a Soviet wife and newborn daughter. Given his history, you'd probably expect his return to be announced by dozens of men in dark glasses bundling him out of the airport and into a mobile interrogation chamber. Yet the CIA never questioned him. The FBI didn't place him under surveillance. For whatever reason, a defector was given free rein to waltz around the country until he shot the president. In the video of Ronald Reagan being shot, the first shot goes off, and within a split second, the president has been whisked away while John Hinckley Jr. vanishes beneath a sea of bodies. Now compare the Kennedy assassination. The first bullet hits JFK in the throat, and the Secret Service does nothing. The second bullet is the headshot that killed Kennedy. 5 seconds pass between the two shots. A high-speed Reagan-style response could have saved the president. Driver William Greer didn't take evasive action. Paul Landis, following the Kennedy car, didn't jump on board and shield the president with his body. The Secret Service guy you see jumping onto the car in the assassination footage? That's Clint Hill, part of the First Lady's detail, fulfilling his duty to protect Jackie. Interviews with Secret Service personnel by Vanity Fair talk about a macho culture where members would refuse food and sleep and spend every night getting crazy drunk. While a no-sleep hangover would explain their inaction, it doesn't explain other weird screw-ups, like why the running boards on JFK's car were retracted, meaning there was no one to protect the president if something happened. Then something happened.
John F. Kennedy died at approximately 1 o'clock Central Standard Time today here in Dallas.
Following Kennedy's assassination, officials tried to trace all possible witnesses.
It was just right by us when it all happened, just right in front of us.
Many were known only by nicknames like Umbrella Man, the Three Tramps, or Badge Man. It took until the 1990s to track most down, or in the case of Badge Man, proved they probably didn't exist. And the hunt isn't over. We still have no idea who, in the case of Badge Man, Three Tramps, or Badge Man.
Right in front of us.
Many were known only by nicknames like Umbrella Man, the Three Tramps, or Badge Man. It took until the 1990s to track most down, or in the case of Badge Man, proved they probably didn't exist. And the hunt isn't over. We still have no idea who the Babushka Lady was. Known for her Russian-style headscarf, the Babushka Lady was on Dealey Plaza filming the assassination. A piece of film would be of unimaginable historical importance. People have been searching for her for decades. In 1970, a woman named Beverly Oliver surfaced, claiming to be the mystery woman, but she said she knew who really killed Martin Luther King Jr. and claimed she was recording JFK's death with a camera that hadn't been invented yet, so serious historians tend to dismiss her. That means there's someone out there with unseen footage of a major historical event who has never turned herself in. So if you're a headscarf-loving woman who was in Dealey Plaza on November 22, 1963, your local FBI office would love to hear from you. After JFK's death, things only got weirder. The body was taken to Dallas Parkland Memorial Hospital, but it barely got through the doors before a fight broke out over who got to perform the autopsy. The local coroner was Earl Rose. Since Kennedy was killed in Texas, he felt it was a state crime that Texas law applied and that he was responsible for the post-mortem. According to the LA Times, however, the Secret Service and Jackie Kennedy disagreed. Things quickly got ugly.
I'm the medical examiner. This is a homicide case. The deceased can't leave until there's been an autopsy.
When Rose tried to physically block the Secret Service from the body, a heated argument broke out. At some point, Kennedy's detail simply grabbed the body. According to some accounts, guns were drawn. Either way, the outcome was the same. Kennedy's remains were transported to Bethesda Naval Hospital in Maryland. Likely as a result of this dispute, there's no longer any ambiguity. A 1965 code makes it clear that attempting to assassinate the commander-in-chief is a federal crime. Given its importance, you might expect JFK's autopsy was done with the utmost diligence. But not only were parts of the autopsy done in a strange way, a whole lot of crazy issues surfaced later. When you're autopsying a body, there are specific procedures you should follow. Removing and weighing the organs is one, something autopsy Dr. James Joseph Humes admitted in 1996 hadn't been done. This pales in comparison to the other things Humes didn't do. He didn't preserve the original JFK autopsy report. He made a handwritten copy, then burned the original. Humes claimed he wanted to stop the blood-stained report from becoming a source of morbid fascination. On the other hand, he failed to destroy at least one other blood-stained document.
Certain people in our government tampered with critical evidence in order to make sure the American people would not know the truth about who murdered the president.
Then there are the autopsy photos. The ones in the National Archive are low quality and don't show important details like the number of bullet wounds. When Professor Gunn showed them to the woman who developed them, Sandra Spencer, as part of his work on the 1992 Assassination Records Review Board, she said they didn't look like the images she remembered processing.
She said that the photographs that she developed had a large massive exit wound in the back of the head.
Next, Gunn tried to match them to photos printed by Spencer's lab shortly before the assassination. The photo paper was completely different, suggesting they came from a different printing session. It sometimes seems the only thing that could shed more light on what happened in Dealey Plaza that day is a deathbed confession from a professional assassin. Well, buckle up, because that deathbed confession exists.
Many strange things were happening, and your Lee Harvey Oswald had nothing to do with them.
In 1966, Herminio Diaz Garcia, a hitman for the Cuban Mafia, died during a raid on a prison. Before he expired, he told fellow mobster Tony Cuesta he'd been responsible for the death of the US president. That's the story investigative journalist Anthony Summers tells in his book on the assassination, Not in Your Lifetime. In 2007, Summers and Robert Blakey, a former chief counsel to the House Select Committee on Assassinations, interviewed Cuban exile Ronaldo Martinez Gomez, who also spoke with The Telegraph in 2013. Gomez said he'd shared a cell with Cuesta, who told him about Diaz's confession. In fact, Diaz was in the United States on November 23, 1963, and had previously carried out 20 political assassinations. Of course, this is just one man's word, and hitmen tend to lie, but there are other bizarre Cuban connections to JFK's murder. Also in 2007, former Kennedy detail Secret Serviceman Abraham Bolden told ABC about a tip-off the service received ahead of JFK's aborted trip to Chicago on November 2, 1963. Two Cuban men with rifles were spotted in a rented room along the motorcade route, but the surveillance operation against them was bungled and the potential assassins vanished. Kennedy was a beloved president, while Sam Giancana was a violent mobster who once worked for Al Capone.
Declined to answer because I honestly believe my answer might tend to incriminate me.
Yet if you were to read books on the lives of both Kennedy and Giancana, you'd find they keep cropping up in each other's stories. The coincidences add fuel to the rumors that the mafia killed Kennedy for riding hard on them. Giancana had ties to JFK's dad, Joseph P. Kennedy, from Prohibition.
The old man Kennedy was a very close friend of Giancana's. They were in business together in the old days in the bootlegging business.
But the ties may have gone deeper. In 1997, reporter Seymour Hersh wrote in his book The Dark Side of Camelot that Joe Kennedy asked Giancana to help his son win the 1960 election. Then there's Frank Sinatra, who was friends with both JFK and Giancana. Frank's daughter Tina later claimed that her father asked Giancana to lean on the unions to help JFK win the Democratic primaries. JFK and Giancana also shared a mistress, Judith Campbell Exner, who said in 1988 that she arranged secret meetings between them.
I can, at this time, emphatically state that my relationship with Jack Kennedy was of a close personal nature.
The strangest part of all may concern not Kennedy's death, but Giancana's. The mob boss was used by the CIA to attempt a hit on Castro. Just before he could testify before the Senate's Church Committee about his work with the agency, Giancana himself was assassinated. There's almost no official record of Oswald's questioning by Dallas police or the FBI. The interrogators didn't use a tape recorder and had no stenographers present to take accurate notes. Records of the interrogation of the 20th century's most notorious assassin come solely in the form of handwritten notes made by the two interviewers. These notes are rough and incomplete, offering only the tiniest glimpse inside Oswald's psyche. And incredibly, we only have one set of these notes today, and that's because they were discovered among the personal belongings of former police captain J.W. Fritz in the 1990s and anonymously donated.
Did you kill the president?
No, I've not been charged with that. In fact, nobody has said that to me yet.
Fritz's notes are very clear on one thing. Oswald repeatedly protested his innocence, claiming that the images of him posing with the rifle used to kill Kennedy were faked. Conspiracy implications aside, this at least suggests Oswald's motive wasn't fame or notoriety. In the decades since Kennedy's death, a whole bunch of records and important documents have vanished. The Mary Farrell Foundation maintains an online database regarding the missing records. While many of the foundation's conspiracy theory claims are unsupported, the missing records are well cataloged. Among those vanished documents are a note written by Oswald and sent to the FBI, an Army intelligence file on Oswald, and Secret Service records relating to a trip JFK nearly took to Chicago in November 1963. In addition, there's some evidence the Marine Corps, of which Oswald had been a member, launched its own investigation after the assassination, but no documents from it have ever surfaced. Perhaps even weirder is the story of the missing page from Oswald's notebook, reported in the LA Times. Historian and journalist James Reston Jr. claims Secret Service agent Mike Howard checked Oswald's apartment after the assassination and found a notebook with a page headed, "I will kill." Underneath were the names of an FBI agent, a general, and Richard Nixon. Texas Governor John Connally was also listed with a dagger drawn through his name. Reston views this as more evidence that Oswald meant to kill Connally, who was riding in JFK's car and was badly injured in the assassination. Whether his interpretation is correct or not, it's a moot point. The page was torn out after Howard handed the book over and has been missing ever since. President Kennedy's brain is missing. In 1966, it was revealed to have vanished from a secure room at the National Archives. If you think that's weird, just wait. Historian James L. Swanson wrote in his book End of Days, The Assassination of John F. Kennedy, that he believed the thief was JFK's brother, Robert F. Kennedy. After Kennedy's autopsy, his brain was placed in a stainless steel container. It was kept along with several samples of brain tissue, first by the Secret Service, then at the National Archives. Being both important and utterly morbid, its time at the archives was spent under the watchful eye of JFK's former secretary. That makes its disappearance all the more mystifying. In October 1966, someone went looking for the brain and found it and all the tissue samples had vanished. The Attorney General immediately ordered an investigation. Half a century later, we're still waiting for it to turn up. So where does RFK fit in? Swanson's theory is that Kennedy's brother stole his brain to cover up the massive stew of drugs the president was taking.
Had the American public known just how sick Jack Kennedy was,
he probably could not have been a presidential candidate.
According to The Telegraph, JFK was knocking back codeine, Demerol, and methadone for back pain, along with other pills for insomnia and anxiety. In July 2017, a handful of new files on JFK's death were released to the public. This was in accordance with a 1992 law that all records of the assassination had to be declassified by October 26, 2017. While most of the new files were little more than duplicates of already public material, they did contain one strange new nugget of information. From the Warren Commission onwards, the CIA publicly embraced the lone gunman theory that Oswald acted alone. But the new documents revealed that, by the mid-1970s, the CIA no longer believed this. Internally, the agency began to consider JFK's death part of a possible conspiracy, even as they continued to publicly support the theory that Oswald acted alone.
I know what it is to kill someone. You don't bounce and come this way. When you bounce and come this way, you got hit in the front.
What the CIA actually believed happened is vague and sometimes contradictory. Some agents seem to have started taking the Soviets in Cuba seriously as suspects. Others seem to have worried the killing was inadvertently related to their own work. This theory went that Oswald read about CIA assassination attempts on Castro and killed Kennedy in revenge. As Politico notes, if that proved true, it would have raised a terrible question for the CIA. Was it possible that JFK's assassination was blowback for the spy agency's plots to kill Castro?
What this indicates, and this was the judgment of the committee, is that our own people aren't as efficient as we might think they ought to be.
Whatever was really happening inside the agency, the CIA kept its concern private, even from other government agencies. Why they may have felt the need to do so is just one more oddity to add to the unexplained aspects of the JFK assassination. After the fall of the Soviet Union, the KGB files were briefly opened to researchers. Among them was file number 31451, detailing Lee Harvey Oswald's time in the USSR. Before the files were closed again, Russian paper Izvestia reported on some of its contents. But rather than add clarity, the reports only further muddied the conspiracy waters.
So what really happened that day? Let's just for a moment speculate, shall we?
As a defector, Oswald was of considerable interest to the KGB, yet the files reveal the Kremlin effectively thought he was useless. They're full of tales about how Oswald was a poor shot, ranking only fair in a competition held among workers at his factory. They also detail how the KGB believed Oswald incapable of pulling off Kennedy's assassination.
I didn't believe he could have done it. It seemed to me that he was framed, using the whole situation with the Soviet Union.
While this sounds mysterious, there may be a more mundane explanation. After failing to spot and recruit a man capable of gunning down the American president, the KGB could have been engaging in a serious cover-up. The bigger mystery is what's in the rest of Oswald's file. In 1992, the files were closed once more. According to a blog published by the National Security Archives, Oswald's file consisted of, quote, 5 thick volumes plus a folder tied with shoelaces, and most of it is still unpublished. The file now resides with Belarusian intelligence, where it seems unlikely to ever see the light of day. Could it contain the key to understanding JFK's murder? At this point, anything is possible.
We have another massive document dump from the U.S. government, this time in connection with the assassination of former President John F. Kennedy. Yep, those files have been released. We have gone through hundreds and hundreds of pages and have picked out some key selections that now provide more context and more details into this assassination plot and the role Lee Harvey Oswald played in all of it. Welcome to Sidebar, presented by Law and Crime. I'm Jesse Weber. So before we get into all of this, and there's a lot to get into, something I have to announce real quick, an exciting announcement at Law and Crime. We are launching a new channel dedicated to exposing the dark side of fame. And the name, very fitting one, Scandal by Law and Crime. We are going to be covering the wildest celebrity crimes and lawsuits, along with disturbing claims and rumors that have been floating around celebrity circles. So go subscribe to the channel now to stay up on all of the latest scandals in Hollywood, and that channel link is in the description. All right, let's get into this. So, it appears to be here. President Donald Trump indicated that he would authorize the release of the files connected to the assassination of former President John F. Kennedy, and that is what we have. Last night, March 17th, 2025, 62 years after John F. Kennedy was shot and killed on November 22nd, 1963 in Dallas, Texas, we have the release of these documents. And more specifically, what am I talking about? over 1,100 PDF documents, 63,000 pages according to the National Archives. In fact, on the National Archives website, it reads, quote, in accordance with President Donald Trump's directive of March 17th, 2025, so you get an idea of maybe this mad dash to get all this released, all records previously withheld for classification that are part of the President John F. Kennedy assassination records collection are released. The National Archives has partnered with agencies across the federal government to comply with the President's directive in support of Executive Order 14176. As of March 18th, 2025, the records are available to access either online at this page or in person via hard copy or on analog media formats at the National Archives at College Park, Maryland. As the records continue to be digitized, they will be posted to this page. So it's interesting because the president had indicated there are 80,000 pages. So when you hear that and you hear this statement from the National Archives, it essentially means that there could be more documents that come out. Now, to be clear, the National Archives did indicate that there may still be material that can't be disclosed because they were sealed by a court. Maybe they're subject to a grand jury investigation. Maybe there's private tax information, things like that. But there is a lot here. Here's the problem. A lot of these documents, and we're talking reports, letters, memos, a lot of them are difficult to read. I mean, they are just physically difficult to read. They're old, they're illegible. The way the documents were released, there are no titles or annotations or categories, so it's kind of difficult to make sense of what each document is, where it comes from, which agency, and also it's not entirely clear what is new per se, as there have been releases of documents in the past, including in 2017. And that was thanks to the JFK Assassination Records Collection Act of 1992, which said that documents needed to be unsealed no later than 25 years after the signing of that act. So that would be 2017. And a majority of the documents were released, but some were withheld in part or in full for various reasons. So was it to protect the identity of sources? Was it to protect investigative methods by these agencies? It's a number of different reasons. Hey everybody, this is a law and crime legal alert. Did you know that children are being diagnosed with serious conditions like type 2 diabetes and non-alcoholic fatty liver disease? And the research is potentially linking ultra-processed foods to this? Yeah, well, Morgan & Morgan is stepping in to fight to hold these food companies accountable. With decades of experience fighting large corporations, they are ready to stand up for families who deserve justice. So if your child under 21 has been diagnosed with type 2 diabetes or fatty liver disease, then visit www.forthepeople.com/food or scan the QR code on screen to learn more. So these latest documents, let me tell you what we have here. They are dated both before and after Kennedy's assassination. And they don't just contain information about the shooting itself. They include materials about major incidents that were happening on a global scale around the same time. So we're talking about Vietnam, communism in Cuba, we have JFK's presidency, the international reaction to not only JFK's death, but also the assassination of Martin Luther King Jr., even plans on how to reorganize the CIA's infrastructure. There's a lot here. And many of the documents are connected to the President's Commission on the Assassination of President Kennedy, more commonly known as the Warren Commission, because Chief Justice Earl Warren was its chairman. And President Lyndon B. Johnson established the commission through an executive order to investigate JFK's assassination, one of the most complex crimes in American history. And all 7 members of the committee have since died, as have most of the staff and assistant council members, which makes any documentation even more critical. But the commission had released an 888-page final report in 1964, which concluded that President Kennedy was killed by Lee Harvey Oswald and that he acted alone. It was also concluded that a man named Jack Ruby acted alone when he shot Oswald after his arrest. So the commission's findings have always been controversial, which is one of the reasons that people wanted to be able to see all of the evidence, everything the commission had, to see if everything lined up. Now, it is not clear if this latest release reveals new bombshell insights or clues as to what happened in Dallas in 1963. However, let me get into some of what we have. And obviously, we can't go through everything, but here are some very interesting takeaways from what we have seen so far in this release. So first off, let's start with Lee Harvey Oswald, who has long been suspected to be the lone assassin of Kennedy. And this is, again, despite numerous theories and alternative conclusions. So a big theme from this release is whether or not Oswald was in fact a KGB agent, a major concept when we think about JFK's death during the Cold War with the Soviet Union. So for example, there is a letter dated May 21st, 1982 from David Blee, who apparently ran the CIA Soviet division, worked on the defector policy. This is per reporting from the New York Times. So he writes this letter to an Anthony DeVere, and it is actually marked and then crossed out secret on it. It's at the top, and it reads in part, in September-October 1963, Lee Harvey Oswald approached the Soviet embassy in Mexico City in an attempt to get a visa allowing him to return to the USSR. Kostakov, as a consular officer, handled this visa request. We have no information which indicates any relationship between these individuals other than for the purpose of Oswald's making his visa request. And what's interesting about this is that this is in reference, or seemingly in reference, to Valery Kostakov, a suspected KGB officer. In fact, in the letter, Kostakov is described this way. While in Mexico, he was considered by some to be the most effective and dangerous of intelligence officers in Mexico. He has been described as being without morals, education, and manners. And then you have another document, seemingly from September 14th, 1993, to the Moscow info director concerning a potential KGB official known as Nikonov. And it reads in part, Nikonov personally reviewed KGB files to determine if Lee Harvey Oswald had been a KGB agent. He reviewed 5 thick volumes of files on Oswald. Nikonov is now confident that Oswald was at no time an agent controlled by the KGB. From the description of Oswald in the files, he doubted that anyone could control Oswald, but noted that the KGB watched him closely and constantly while he was in the USSR. He commented that Oswald had a stormy relationship with his Soviet wife, who rode him incessantly. The file also reflected that Oswald was a poor shot when he tried target firing in the USSR. Now that's just an interesting note about that being a poor shot. But then you have this 416-page PDF that has a label at the top that reads, Material reviewed at CIA headquarters by House Select Committee on Assassination staff members. And there's a document date of February 1968. And this CIA study is titled The Examination of the Bona Fides of a KGB Defector, and appears to be authored by a Yuri Nosenko, and it's labeled Top Secret. Again, pretty fascinating we're able to see this. And there's a section about Oswald that reads, for continuity of presentation, both periods of Nosenko's alleged involvement with Oswald in 1959 to 1960 and in 1963 are described elsewhere. According to Nosenko, he was involved with Oswald in 1959 because he was then deputy chief of the American-British Commonwealth section of the 7th Department. In that capacity, he participated in the decision that Oswald was of no interest to the KGB and he should not be allowed to remain in the Soviet Union. But what about a tip regarding Lee Harvey Oswald? Well, in a routing and recording sheet dated April 3rd, 1978, on the cover sheet it reads, please find attached correspondence received from one Sergei Zernorno, who claims that he provided information about Lee Harvey Oswald to the American vice consul, presumably Tom Blackshear, in Sofia, Bulgaria in August 1963. So this is 3 months before JFK's assassination. And in what appears to be a handwritten letter, and I'm going to read parts of it right now, but it appears to be in broken English. On July 18th, 1963, I was in London, England at the airport. Immigration officer number 175. I had no visa. Immigration placed me under house arrest. Mr. Smith in police uniform, Secret Service, brought me steak dinner, and police officer interrogated me. He asked me what the embassy of USSR say. What did you heard in Vienna, Austria? I said I have heard that one American defector, Mr. Lee Harvey Oswald, to Russia, and he returned to United States of America. This man, he preparing to kill, to assassinate President John F. Kennedy. And then, in the retyped letter, it says, Mr. Walasev, consul of Embassy of USSR, gave me this information about Mr. Lee Harvey Oswald on August 14, 1963. Mrs. Basaria Asanova, girlfriend of Russian consul, came to my room and repeated that Mr. Lee Harvey Oswald is assassin. He will kill President Kennedy. On August 15, 1963, in Sofia, Bulgaria, at the airport and embassy car, I told to Mr. Blackshear, American vice consul, that Mr. Lee Harvey Oswald is assassin. He has a weapon or has ordered one. Mr. Blackshear said it seems like he will kill someone. I said that Mr. Lee H. Oswald is preparing to kill President of the United States, John F. Kennedy. Mr. Blackshire said, "Where will it happen?" I said, "The right wing will invite president, criticize him in the newspaper, then kill him." Mr. Blackshire told me he will give the telegram to Department of State, and he gave me the address where to report. At 9 a.m. on August 19, 1963 in Washington, D.C., I went to see Mr. Kippigan, Director of Special Counselor Service, Department of State, at 1901 Pennsylvania Avenue, 11th floor. I told the director that I have information about President Kennedy. The director said, "Do not mention name of President Kennedy, only respond to the questions." The director said, "Tell us what will happen to Mr. Lee Harvey Oswald then." I said, "Mr. Lee H. Oswald will be killed after kill Kennedy." I said, "I will take the truth drug to tell the truth." The director tells us who else gets killed in this country. I said, "As I heard that Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. will be killed." Who will kill Dr. King Jr.? I said, "A man who is in person at this time. Mr. James Earl Ray was in prison at that time." Director asked where assassination will happen. I said, "In Dallas, Texas." Director said, "If someone gave this information here, I would expel the man." Director did call on FBI agents after FBI used anesthesia gas to freeze me, to drug me, to keep amnesia. I told Director, Department of State, that Mr. Lee Harvey Oswald have a weapon. Go see him. Director told me, "You too can have weapon. So what if Oswald got weapon?" Fascinating. Not sure exactly what to make of it and whether there was advance notice or not, but that is a fascinating account. And there is at least one document also about Oswald coming back to the United States that's interesting. Dated January 29, 1964, this memo reads, according to a newspaper column of Allen and Scott in the Chicago American of December 6, 1963, on the Oswald case, Abram Chase, legal officer of the State Department, was one of two persons immediately responsible for Oswald's being permitted to return to the United States from the Soviet Union in June 1962. The other individual named was Llewellyn Thompson, the then ambassador of Russia. Another said to have been involved in the handling of Oswald's case was Samuel Wise, counsel of the American Embassy in Moscow. Now, there is more about Oswald, but I kind of want to give you a perspective about what else we saw in here. So going back to the Warren Commission, more than 500 witnesses were interviewed during its investigation. One of the most revealing testimonies came from a man named Alan H. Belmont, the assistant director to FBI Director J. Edgar Hoover. And this is dated May 6, 1964, and Belmont's testimony before the Warren Commission provides a chilling glimpse into the FBI's apparent interactions with Oswald. So Belmont's statements, now part of the declassified JFK files, delve into Oswald's mysterious journey to the Soviet Union and his subsequent return to the United States. When questioned about Oswald's motives for defecting to Russia, Belmont recounted the FBI's efforts to determine whether Oswald had been recruited by Soviet intelligence. Quote, Mr. Belmont says, "The purpose of our interview with him was to determine whether he had been recruited by the Soviet intelligence, and we asked him whether he would tell us if he was contacted here in this country. He replied he would. Whether he meant it is a question. However, you must bear in mind that this man, I believe it was when he was interviewed in July of 1961 in the American Embassy, the interviewing official there said it was apparent that he had learned his lesson the hard way and that he had a new concept of the American way of life and apparently had decided that Russia was not for him. When we interviewed him, likewise, he told us that he had not enjoyed his stay in Russia. He likewise commented that he had not enjoyed his stay in the Marines." Now, perhaps even more intriguing is Belmont's firm assertion that Oswald was never an informant for the FBI. In a letter dated February 6, 1964, attached to his testimony, FBI Director J. Edgar Hoover himself admitted this fact. And here's actually the back and forth between Belmont, CIA head Allen Dulles, and Samuel Stern, a member of the committee's assistant counsel. Mr. Belmont says this is a letter dated February 6, 1964 to the Commission from the FBI, to which is attached an affidavit by Director J. Edgar Hoover. Mr. Stern says, "What is the subject?" Mr. Belmont replies, stating flatly that Lee Harvey Oswald was never an informant of the FBI. Mr. Dulles responds, "Would you define informant?" Obviously in the sense he knew some information as previously indicated from the previous interviews. I mean, for the record, would you just define what you mean by an informant in this sense? To which Mr. Belmont replies, "An informant in this sense is an individual who has agreed to cooperate with the FBI and to furnish information to the FBI either for or without payment." Mr. Stern says, "I take it you also would not have regarded Lee Oswald as an informant from the contacts with him that you have told us about and the other agents you have told us about." Mr. Belmont replies, "Indeed not. In no way could he be considered an informant. In no way." Now, in the summer of 1964, as the Warren Commission worked to piece together the events surrounding the assassination of JFK, there was one question that loomed. Was Lee Harvey Oswald's departure from the Soviet Union unusual or suspicious? And this question was taken on by David Slauson, a key member of the commission's staff, because he was tasked with examining the circumstances of Oswald's return to the United States in 1962. A letter dated July 3rd, 1964, from J. Lee Rankin, general counsel of the President's Commission, to Richard Helms of the CIA, reveals Slauson's efforts to reconcile the commission's findings with intelligence provided by the State Department. So Slauson expressed his initial belief that Oswald's departure from the USSR was not particularly suspicious. Quote, by way of introduction, Mr. Slauson said that in the portion of the commission's report that he was writing, he would have to deal with the question of whether or not the Oswald departure from the USSR and the circumstances, timing of that departure, were unusual or suspicious in any way. He expressed his belief that they probably were not, and cited Soviet relaxation in such matters in the post-Stalin era. However, he wanted to be sure in his own mind that our information was not conflict with that which the Commission had received from the state, since all of the information would remain in the records of the Commission. Now, to move on from this, in the chaotic aftermath of President JFK's assassination, you have a man named Gary Underhill. This is so fascinating. So he apparently was a former CIA employee who made a startling claim. According to a memo from July 19th, 1967, quote, the day after the assassination, Gary Underhill left Washington in a hurry. Late in the evening, he showed up at the home of friends in New Jersey. He was very agitated. A small clique within the CIA was responsible for the assassination, he confided, and he was afraid for his life and probably would have to leave the country. Less than 6 months later, Underhill was found shot to death in his Washington apartment. The coroner ruled it a suicide. The friends whom Underhill visited said he was sober but badly shook. They say he attributed the Kennedy murder to a CIA clique which was carrying on a lucrative racket in gun running, narcotics, and other contraband, and manipulating political intrigue to serve its own ends. Kennedy supposedly got wind that something was going on and was killed before he could blow the whistle on it. The verdict of suicide in Underhill's death is by no means convincing. His body was found by a writing collaborator, Asher Burns of the New Republic. He had been shot behind the left ear and an automatic pistol was under his left side. Odd, says Burns, because Underhill was right-handed. Burns thinks the pistol was fitted with a silencer, and occupants of the apartment building could not recall hearing a shot. Underhill obviously had been dead several days. Now, as I mentioned, a lot of these documents are actually related to events that happened before and after the assassination. For example, there's a lot of information about U.S. operations in Cuba. So you have this declassified document dated December 18th, 1963, and it reveals Cuban leader Fidel Castro's surprising reaction to the assassination of JFK. The leader of Cuba's relationship with the United States had been fraught with tension since the Bay of Pigs and the Cuban Missile Crisis. And according to the document, Castro was, quote, very upset by the change in the U.S. administration brought about by Kennedy's death. Quote, Fidel Castro was very upset over the change in the United States administration brought about by President Kennedy's assassination. The top Cuban leadership was sure President Kennedy would not invade Cuba, and they were convinced that the policy of his administration for economic blockade and internal subversion against Cuba would not overthrow the regime. The present policy of the Cuban government, on orders from Castro, is not to attack President Johnson in public or do anything to irritate him. According to Cuban government leaders, Castro wants to wait and see what President Johnson says and does about Cuba and give him an opportunity to improve, if he feels so inclined, relations between the two countries. And with that in mind, the new trove of documents contains a lot of information about the fight against communism in Southeast Asia and Cuba, with notes about plans to overthrow the Castro regime. Again, over the years, the U.S.'s involvement in such activities, including the Cuban Missile Crisis, has invited speculation that that could have been a factor in JFK's assassination. So you have a memo here with a return to CIA stamp, and it talks about a meeting with an unidentified individual labeled Ambang-1 on July 27th, 1963 out in Miami. And it's kind of fascinating to read this, but it says, with respect to a request for explosives, it reads, Ambang-1 stated that in view of my outline of strategic targets inside Cuba during our last meeting, which took place in Washington on the 21st of June 1963, he had directed to attempt a sabotage operation against the Havana power plant. Then it says, Ambang-1 asked me if it would be possible for us to arrange some means for Rogelio Cisneros to visit Guantanamo and talk to his brother, who is an employee of the naval base, and another agent of theirs likewise employed there. The reason A1 gave for the request was that they wished to inform Ramon Cisneros Diaz of the JUR plans to begin the implementation of their plan of resistance and overthrow of the Castro regime. I advised A1 that whereas I would look into this matter, as I could tentatively tell him that the chances of accomplishing this were remote. Or how about this secret memo from July 20th, 1962? In the conversation, I learned also that the DRE is expecting another ship with arms and ammunition in the near future, and a yacht which is now in a Latin American country. The yacht is for use in activities against the Castro government. The activities against the Castro government to be carried out by the DRE are expected to start within a month or 2 months at the latest. Or how about this report, presumably from the CIA or associated with the CIA, from August 1959, right after Castro assumed power? Quote, source Alberto Fernandez Hechavarria, the chief of the Cuban Sugar Stabilization Board, who has the job of selling Cuba's sugar. He is wealthy and his family have lost through Castro's economic reforms. He appears to know a lot about the agreement and also seems to have an insight into Castro. He regards Castro as some type of UNIVAC machine. That's a universal automatic computer. His mind automatically photostating details which he can and will use in the future. He says that Castro is ruthless and that nothing can stop him in his determination to do something, i.e. agrarian reform, and that he will sacrifice his friends, his family, his money, and his fortune to accomplish his purpose. It is just fascinating, historically speaking, to read this. And by the way, speaking of that, another major historical event discussed in these documents is the assassination of Martin Luther King Jr., who was killed in April 1968 out in Tennessee. A man named James Earl Ray was convicted of his murder. And so there is a memo in this release for the director of the FBI. And it reads in part, quote, on the 16th of April, Roderick Claflin Brown, a Panamanian national born July 1st, 1917 in British Honduras, voluntarily appeared at the Department of National Investigations of the Republic of Panama and signed a deposition. And it goes on to say, while on a shore visit to the Nobile Airport on the morning of the 26th of October, 1962, in the company of 2 fellow Panamanian seamen, he was literally approached by Marvin P. Luttrell, owner of Luttrell Motor Co., South Clinton Street, Athens, Alabama, who, after ascertaining Brown was a Panamanian seaman, asked if he knew of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Luttrell inquired whether Brown was interested in employment, the details of which were unspecified. He went on to describe Dr. King as, quote, our greatest problem who is causing us much trouble. He gave Brown a business card to use in the event that he was interested in pursuing the employment offer. And then, quote, after discussions with a relative and friends in New York City, Brown suspected that the Luttrell job offer was related with assassination plans for Dr. King. Therefore, he did not respond to the Luttrell letter and dismissed the incident until the death of Dr. King in April 1968. Brown returned to Panama in 1964. Wow. And then there's just stuff in this release that's apparently regarding covert activities that, again, is just so interesting for us to see as the general public. For example, there is a memo dated July 18th, 1963 to the Chief Support Branch. The case was assigned to the District Field Office and Special Agent Redacted was designated as responsible agent. It is Agent Redacted planned to place microphones in the downstairs bar in the main floor living room and a tap on the string and all the wires to a crawl space over the garage. In that latter space, which will be kept locked, he will set up 2 regular AC-operated tape recorders to be actuated by the 2 VORs obtained from Franconia and paid for by SAS. Unbeknownst to the subject and his companion, a case officer will have to service this equipment whenever an opportunity presents itself. The cover story to be used by agents during the installation is that he is working on the house at the request of the leaseor. Wow. So what does all of this mean, right? That's the main question. Does it provide definitive answers as to what really happened in Texas that day? Not really. Historians told the New York Times that they're adopting a wait and see policy when it comes to these new documents. Scholars say it could take months, maybe even years, to fully parse out all of the information in the more than 1,000 PDFs. We had a couple hours last night and this morning. Now, Tim Naftali, an adjunct professor at the School of International and Public Affairs at Columbia University, told the New York Times that after reviewing some of these documents, found that much of the previously redacted information was likely to protect CIA sources and methods and not as part of a coordinated cover-up. According to CBS, much of this could be unredacted versions of materials that have already been released, but that were blocked out in the past, with researchers estimating that there are about maybe 3,000 documents that hadn't been released in full to the public, possibly again to protect methods or identities or sources, including the identities of CIA materials. So listen, we will keep a very careful eye on this, see where it goes, but we wanted to get something out to you immediately. Our first impressions of what we could find in our initial review of these documents. Fascinating, to say the least. That is all we have for you right now here on Sidebar, everybody. Thank you so much for joining us. And as always, please subscribe on YouTube, Apple Podcasts, Spotify, wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Jesse Weber. I'll speak to you next time.
Yeah, I mean, it's really come as quite a shock to me that there is this level of really hatred and violence from the left. I always thought the left, or Democrats, were supposed to be the party of empathy, the party of caring, and yet they're burning down cars, they're firebombing dealerships, they're firing bullets into dealerships, they're just, smashing up Teslas. Tesla is a peaceful company. We've never done anything harmful. I've never done anything harmful. I've only done productive things. So I think we just have a deranged, there's some kind of mental illness thing going on here, because this doesn't make any sense. Yeah, and I think there are larger forces at work as well. I mean, I don't know who's funding it and who's coordinating it, because this is crazy. I've never seen anything like this.
Tell you what, it's always the people who have the most who somehow view themselves as the biggest victims. Here, Elon Musk is blaming half the country for the fact that a random person reportedly set Teslas on fire in Las Vegas. Now, a few things here. First, Elon says that it's shocking that there's this level of violence and hatred from the left. Again, it wasn't the left that set these Teslas on fire in Vegas. It was reportedly one person. But I do find it curious that suddenly violence is considered bad again for the Republican Party, a position that was conveniently discarded when a bunch of Trump supporters were bashing in windows to the U.S. Capitol and bludgeoning police officers on January 6th, all incited by the guy who Elon Musk himself spent $250 million electing to the presidency. So perhaps he would have a little more success in pretending that he dislikes violence if he didn't tie his fortunes to the biggest instigator of it. And then Elon says, I thought that the left was supposed to be the party of empathy and caring. Let me ask you all, do you realize why the left, the party of empathy and caring, dislikes Elon Musk? It's because his first act as shadow president was to block the very first spending bill in December, and the new bill that replaced it literally no longer included funding for childhood cancer research. Unsurprisingly, Musk opted not to rail against that bill. It's that his next act was to dismantle USAID, which for only 0.5% of the budget delivers food and clean water to the impoverished and does HIV prevention work where it's needed most. It's because his next act was to gut the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, which exists solely to help Americans recover money from predatory financial institutions that have defrauded them. It's because his administration is demanding $880 billion in cuts to Medicaid and $230 billion in cuts to food stamps, which are final lifelines for these people who need it most. It's because veterans are getting fired by the thousands. It's because education funding is being slashed, healthcare is being cut, climate initiatives are being cut, and yet Musk himself is somehow benefiting more and more and more from these government contracts. So when Musk wonders why the party of empathy and caring doesn't like him, it is precisely because they are the party of empathy and caring. In fact, Musk goes on to say that he's never done anything harmful, he's only been productive. Now, I truly don't know whether he is being ignorant or lying, but either way, the delusion is beyond apparent. Since he's taken over, he has acted in such a way that would give him, almost unilaterally, more political and financial advantage by eliminating all regulations that would rein him and his companies in. For example, the FAA had several open investigations into Tesla, and the FAA had recently ordered SpaceX to carry out a formal investigation into the loss of a Starship vehicle during a test flight, and previously ordered over $630,000 in civil penalties against SpaceX. And now, all of that goes away. But sure, he's never done anything harmful. only productive. I've gone through this list before, so I apologize if you've heard it, but it is 100% worth repeating. At USAID, which again, our first target of Doge, the Inspector General had already initiated a probe into Starlink's satellite terminals in the Russia-Ukraine war. That Inspector General was fired and the investigation shut down. But again, Elon's never done anything harmful, only productive. Or how about the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau? Consumers submitted over 300 complaints about Tesla to the CFPB, and yet Trump fired CFPB Director Rohit Chhabra and installed Project 2025 architect Russ Vought as the Bureau's acting director. Musk himself tweeted, "Delete CFPB" less than a week after the agency finalized a rule that could put his planned collaboration with Visa to offer a real-time payment system on the platform into the agency's crosshairs. In fact, here's Elizabeth Warren drawing that link quite clearly.
Elon Musk, as you know, he bought Twitter, and he's just lost money hand over fist on that investment. So he's had a better idea, better from his perspective, and that is he's going to do X money. And the idea here is he's going to be everything on the financial side and social side for everybody in the country, maybe around the world, if he gets the chance. There's just one bump in the way. And that's the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau. It's not that they say no. You can go ahead and build a new tech platform, a financial system. Good for you. But you've got to follow the basic rules of not cheating people, not lying to people, and not sucking up their personal data and selling it to somebody else. Yeah. He doesn't like that. So he's announced he's going to do X. What a great idea. Move the bump out of the way before you start. You know, it's a little like a bank robber saying, oh, before I go into the lobby with my sacks that I'm ready to fill up, I'm just going to fire the cops. Yeah. And now I'll go in and take the money.
But again, Elon's never done anything harmful, only productive. Or how about the Department of Labor, which oversees the National Labor Relations Board, the Office of Federal Contract Compliance Programs, and the Equal Employment Opportunity Commission, all of which had over a dozen open investigations into Tesla and SpaceX regarding alleged unfair labor practices, safety violations, and discriminatory work practices. And in response, well, Trump fired the Department of Labor Inspector General, the chair of the NLRB, blocked their ability to rule on cases, gutted the Office of Federal Contract Compliance Programs via executive order, which prevented their investigations findings about Tesla from being made public, and for good measure, fired 2 of the 3 Democratic commissioners on the Equal Employment Opportunity Commission. Again, Elon's never done anything harmful, only productive. The EPA had multiple lawsuits against Tesla over violations of the Clean Air Act and hazardous waste laws at the company's automotive manufacturing plant in Fremont, California. Trump fired the Inspector General. The FEC was set to rule on a number of complaints filed during the 2024 election cycle, including complaints regarding Musk's America PAC, so Trump illegally removed the FEC chair from her post. The Department of the Interior runs the Fish and Wildlife Service, which Musk has repeatedly clashed with. Trump fired the DOI Inspector General. The DOJ filed a lawsuit in 2023 against SpaceX for allegedly engaging in hiring discrimination and investigations into whether Tesla had been candid in describing the features of its vehicles. Trump has since remade the DOJ in his image. The SEC sued Twitter in January, alleging Musk misled shareholders about his Twitter stock purchases in 2022 and ordered Musk to pay the federal government as much as $150 million. Trump has since pushed out the SEC chair, leaving the agency with a Republican majority. In each of these instances, the principal beneficiary isn't some nebulous concept of waste, fraud, and abuse, as Musk loves to claim. It is Elon Musk himself. He is getting rid of the cops who regulate his own business interests and branding this as a win for the American people, all the while claiming that he's never done anything harmful, only productive. So look, I am not advocating for the destruction of any property, regardless of which side of the aisle you're on, but the victimhood shtick is getting old. Elon loves to frame himself as some beacon of virtue, but he's either lying to himself or lying to you. Just like Trump, this is another thin-skinned billionaire who feels like he's getting the short ends of the stick, all the while he is literally the reason that people won't get healthcare, that people won't get clean water or food, that people won't get education, won't have jobs, won't get relief from predatory banks. But hey, at least Tesla and SpaceX will get hefty government contracts, despite constant assurances, by the way, of no conflicts of interest. This whole charade is as tired as it is transparent. Elon Musk is interested in helping one person, and that's Elon Musk. The only way you could miss it is if you're burying your head in the sand. Before you go, first, if you enjoyed this content and you want to see more and support independent media, please subscribe to this channel. The subscribe button will be right here on the screen. But second, the reality is that we're now in a political environment where this administration can lean on any of the social media platforms to suppress certain voices if they don't like critical coverage. That means my longevity here is in the hands of a few tech billionaires who are already making it clear that they're willing to cater to this White House. To that end, signing up for my newsletter is a great way for me to be able to reach you directly if that ever becomes necessary. I'll put the link on the screen as well, so please sign up. It's completely free, but there's also an option to do a paid subscription if you'd like to support my work. I really appreciate it. Thanks so much for watching.
I love talking about the Warren Committee. I love talking about Kennedy assassination. I really love it, man. I was just down in Dallas, Texas, and you can actually go to the school book depository on the 6th floor. It's a museum called the Assassination Museum. Huh. And they have the window set up to look exactly like it did on that day. And it's really accurate because Oswald's not in it. Incredible, painstaking detail. I don't know who did the research, but I applaud them. But it's true. It's called the sniper's nest. And the boxes are set up. It's glassed in. You can't actually get to the window. And the reason they did that, of course, is they didn't want thousands of tourists every year, coming through to the window going, no way. Yeah, that would have started this truth inertia happening. Who knows when it'll stop. But there's no way. I mean, you can get to the window next to it and you look down and you go, I can't even see the fucking road from here, man. There's a tree right here. There's no way, unless Oswald was hanging by his toes, upside down from the window ledge. Surely someone would have seen that. Either that or some pigeons grabbed onto him and flew him over the motorcade. There was rumors of anti-Castro pigeons seen drinking in bars the week before the assassination. Someone overheard them saying, "Coup, coup, coup." I'm the only one in the world, by the way, with an assassination pun. I rarely toot my own horn, but... What do you think? Leather jacket, hot lights? Good call? 700 fucking degrees. Quick impression? Keith Richards. But I love talking about Kennedy assassination. People say to me, it's so weird, you wouldn't believe the attitude in America. Bill, quit talking about Kennedy, man. Let it go. Okay, it was a long time ago. Would you just forget it? I'm like, all right, then don't bring up Jesus to me. No, as long as we're talking shelf life here. Bill, Jesus died for... Yeah, it was a long time ago. Let it go. Forget about it. How about this? Let's get Pilate to release the fucking files. Quit washing your hands and release the piles, Pilate. Piles, Pilate. Piles, Pilate. Pop. Don't worry. Release go. Piles, Pilate.
There's almost no hope in my work. And it's partly because I feel that hope is overrated. I think we are the descendants of people who are very wary and very cautious about stuff. Is that a leopard over there? Maybe that's a leopard. There's almost no evolutionary advantage to going, well, maybe it's not a leopard. Let's all just really hope that it isn't there. Those people were eaten by leopards. I'm not saying don't have hope. If you have a dream, if you have an ambition, please go for it. Because I love to watch cunts like you struggle. But I feel a bit bad sometimes, because I grew up watching Bill Hicks. You know, he was my favourite comedian, and that's probably the reason I'm in it. It's still probably my favourite comedian. He had so much hope that even when he was dying in his last show, he does a big routine about, don't worry, life is all just a ride. Just try to enjoy it. It's all just a ride. But I sort of think, maybe it's all just a ride if you're one of the people that's allowed on the ride. If you're one of the people that's rich enough or white enough to be allowed on the ride. What if you're one of the people that has to build and maintain the ride? If I had to build and maintain the ride, I would stretch piano wire across the bottom of the roller coaster so that everybody finished the ride with a photograph of themselves with 2 thumbs up and no fucking head.
Almost 60 years ago, President John F. Kennedy was assassinated during a visit to Texas. And now a new book from a former Secret Service agent who was right there when it happened hit store shelves today.
That agent, who lives here in Northeast Ohio, shines a new light on one of the most scrutinized investigations in U.S. history. News 5's Clay Lepard sits down with Paul Landis.
For 88-year-old Paul Landis,
this is the arrival at Love Field and when President Kennedy charged over to be in the crowd.
It took him a long time to open up about his years as a Secret Service agent. The agent, codenamed Debut for his young age.
All the agents at that time, code names began with a D.
First covered the Eisenhower grandchildren, then protected the Kennedy kids, and eventually...
She's very beautiful in this one.
...the First Lady. In fact, that's him right there.
That's the best job I ever had or did. It just so happened, with the time, I was fortunate to be there when I was, and I was unfortunate to be in Dallas when it was.
But this longtime Shaker Heights resident is talking about that November day, 1963, when the President and First Lady traveled to Dallas.
Apparently something is wrong here. Something is terribly wrong. President Kennedy has been assassinated. It's official now.
We have suffered a loss that cannot be weighed.
I was right there, right behind, 15, 20 feet, whatever, when his head exploded.
For much of what happened after, Agent Landis can be seen near the former First Lady. From LBJ being sworn in.
I was just peeking around the corner, really.
To the funeral for the former president. Here he is, in the background of that iconic moment with JFK Jr. In Landis's newly released book, his account differs from the official version of the day Kennedy was killed.
I had terrible nightmares after that assassination, and I had been looking at the president when the third shot hit him in the head, and just the vision of everything happening was a loop that just kept going over and over. And that was, even when we traveled, I just say I took that baggage with me wherever we went.
Investigators determined what's known as the magic bullet theory, that one shooter fired all the shots, and one bullet, this one, hit not just the president, but also the governor of Texas in multiple places. Investigators came to the conclusion because the bullet was found on a stretcher for the Texas governor, assuming it had exited his body. But Paul Landis never told his story, that he moved the bullet to a gurney after he found it lodged in the back of the limousine. He didn't want it to get lost.
Yeah, I didn't want that to disappear. It was an important piece of evidence. The unfortunate thing is that I think just with the stress and everything, I have tried to analyze why all the things. I don't have it. I can't really answer. You had to be there to know how bad and how stressful and the chaos that was going on.
He doesn't subscribe to the conspiracy theories out there, but admits he wishes he spoke up earlier, about what he remembers from that day. Does this new information in your book, in your opinion, change the conclusion investigators made about how John F. Kennedy died?
I don't know if it'll change the conclusion. It's just another bit of information that they can take and go back and re-examine everything.
Agent Landis left the Secret Service not long after and retreated to a quieter life, away from it all.
It was still painful to think about it or talk about it, and that's why I never talked to anybody about the assassination for 45 years.
In Shaker Heights.
And my quiet life has kind of disappeared.
Clay Lepard, News 5.
I'm Matt Gelka in Washington, where a dramatic reshaping of the federal government continues under President Donald Trump. Almost all United States Agency for International Development workers abroad are being pulled from the field and put on leave. The notice gives a Friday deadline for the foreign aid group known as USAID, and it's the latest in the sudden attempt to shut the agency down.
We got to spend money better. And if this executive branch and this White House is going to take the initiative to dig in and find those details and expose them, we applaud it. We're all on board.
USAID was one of the first targets of Elon Musk's Department of Government Efficiency. House Republicans are now on the attack, highlighting what they see as waste embedded in the agency's humanitarian spending. It includes $1 million to boost French-speaking LGBTQ groups in West and Central Africa, $47,000 for a transgender opera in Colombia, and $425,000 to help Indonesian coffee companies become more climate and gender friendly. The sudden shutdown, led by Musk, has gotten the support of the president.
He's done a great job. Look at all the fraud that he's found in this USAID. It's a disaster what the people, radical left lunatics.
It's also part of Trump's wider move to downsize government. 20,000 civil federal workers have accepted a buyout offer to leave their jobs. The Wall Street Journal reports the CIA is now the first intelligence agency to offer its entire workforce buyouts to try and, quote, infuse the agency with renewed energy. But critics say gutting the government workforce could mean getting rid of non-political employees who know how to actually run the government.
I don't think that there is any grand plan beyond these buyouts. It's certainly not a cost-cutting measure to throw away decades of experience and millions of dollars in training.
Democrats have repeatedly warned that some of these moves are unconstitutional, and workers' unions are skeptical that people who take the buyouts would actually get the 8 months of pay they're being promised. Reporting in Washington, I'm Matt Gelka.
Tonight, the CIA is offering buyouts to its entire staff, following a push by Director John Ratcliffe. The move aligns with the Trump administration's broader effort to reshape federal agencies. Employees can receive 8 months of pay and benefits if they leave, with early retirement options for long-tenured officers.
Elon Musk, the head of Doge, is making bold claims on his platform X. In a viral post with over 44 million views, Musk accused USAID of funding bioweapon research, including work on COVID-19, through taxpayer dollars. He alleges $53 million went to EcoHealth Alliance, which supported controversial coronavirus research at the Wuhan lab. The post also suggested USAID has ties to the CIA, calling its actions, quote, deceptive.
And there is a heated debate in Washington tonight over the future of the USAID. The reorganization under acting director, Secretary of State Marco Rubio, is angering Democrats who say it halts critical aid and weakens global influence. Republicans argue the agency, with a budget of around $50 billion, is wasting taxpayer money.
People have called you the real Tony Stark. Okay, you've got your finger in so many different advanced technologies. As I said, SpaceX, Tesla, now you've got Solar City and the solar pack that people put in their houses. Are you sincerely trying to save the world?
Well, I'm trying to do good things, yeah. I mean, saving the world is not I mean...
But you're trying to do good things and you're a billionaire. I mean...
Yeah.
That seems a little bit like either superhero or supervillain. You have to choose one.
I'm trying to do useful things. I mean...
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
So let's talk about the Tesla. I have a Tesla.
Yeah.
Okay, and I love it. I love it. You've got a new thing that you think is people are going to want for their Tesla. Jim, can we show the footage of this? I think it's called, this thing is the power arm. Yeah. That is an extremely...
It's a snake bot charger.
It's a snake charger that automatically plugs into your car when you get home.
This looks a little wrong, you know.
That really looks like the thing that jacks into the back of Neo's head in The Matrix.
Right.
All right? Is that thing going to attack me in my sleep?
Well, I wouldn't, for the prototype at least, I would recommend not dropping anything when you're near it.
Okay. All right. Now, another thing that you are talking about is you sincerely think that we should go to Mars, like that men and women should go to Mars.
Yeah.
Why do we want to go to Mars? It's uninhabitable.
It's very inhospitable. That's true.
It is. Like, you have to be in, like, domes and everything, and you're just breathing.
Initially,
Initially?
Yes.
Really? How long before we could turn Mars into someplace where we could live?
It is a fixer-upper of a planet. At first, you're going to have to live in transparent domes, but eventually...
Yes, we're going to be huffing each other's stank.
Yeah, but eventually you can transform Mars into an Earth-like planet.
How would you do that?
You'd warm it up. Just warm it up. If you
with
want,
a blanket or with what? How would you warm Mars up? You know, it's a long way away from the sun.
There's the fast way and the slow way.
Okay. Give me the fast way.
The fast way is drop thermonuclear weapons over the poles.
You're a supervillain. That's what a supervillain does.
Yeah.
Microsoft co-founder and philanthropist Bill Gates is the pioneering tech titan who helped lead the computer revolution and plans to donate the majority of his multi-billion-dollar fortune to global causes. Now he's sharing his journey and how it began in his new memoir, Source Code. Please welcome, for the very first time on The View, Bill Gates. So, first of all, welcome to The View.
Wow.
But secondly, it's kind of great to have you at such an important time for the country, because it seems like today's tech billionaires are shifting rightward and seem to have more power than even the VP, whose name I can't remember.
Well, there's no club of these people. We're, kind of individual, and I'm very focused on global health, and hope the transition to this administration doesn't interrupt some incredible work that's been going on.
Well, they had some VIP seating at the inauguration, and we did notice you weren't there. What do you make of that visual?
They clearly wanted to fund the inauguration. They wanted it to be a great inauguration, just for the good of the country, no doubt.
I feel we're calling you Bill, Mr. Gates. Shortly before President Trump took office, you had a 3-hour dinner with him, and that's more FaceTime than, as you say, you had with Joe Biden during his presidency. And by your account, you say that you were impressed with him. What are you able to share about issues you discussed? And since he's only been in office 2 weeks, but do you feel like what you discussed aligned with what you're seeing so far?
Well, my two priorities in talking to President Trump were the global health issues, particularly HIV and polio. The voters have a lot to be proud of. We've saved tens of millions of lives. The number of children who die at the turn of the century is over 10 million a year, now down below 5 million. And things like HIV medicines, malaria bed nets are responsible for that, and vaccines. So I was encouraging him to drive more innovation in those spaces. We're still missing some vaccines, and I felt we had a very good conversation.
Okay. Well, and you, Mr. Gates, you also called Elon Musk's political influence abroad, quote, insane, along with another word we can't repeat here. But what's your take on his political access and influence here in America right now?
Well, Elon, his private sector work, has been very innovative, really fantastic. A lot of private sector people, when they get into government, they don't take the time necessarily to see what the good work is or why it's structured the way it is. So I'm a little worried, particularly with this USAID stuff. My foundation partners with USAID on nutrition and getting vaccines out. And, there's incredible people. They're not actually worms that work there. So, hopefully we'll get some of that work back in shape. In fact, if we don't, you could have literally millions of deaths. So, with aid, people think, wow, how much do we give to these countries? As you said, it's less than 1%. People think it's 5%, and it should be 2%, but it's actually under 1%.
Wow, and still saving lives. Well, your Gates Foundation is the biggest funder of vaccines in the world. I think a lot of people don't recognize that. And it was key to developing the COVID vaccine. That has made you, unfortunately, a target of all kinds of baseless conspiracies, including from RFK Jr., who apparently does have a worm in his brain. And he now claims he is not anti-vax. Do you believe him?
Well, we'll do our best to work with him. Under his management is going to be the FDA, which is a fantastic regulator, passing judgment on a lot of the new innovations we're funding. NIH does fantastic research.
Yeah.
And so those have been partners of our foundation. And, I hope the great scientists there get the support they deserve.
And just to follow up, before COVID, you say you spent the most sleepless nights worrying about pandemics. After COVID, has that changed? And if it has, what keeps you up now? Because we all need to know.
Yeah, the pandemic, sadly, was fairly predictable. And it won't be the last pandemic. The next one could be far more severe. I mean, this one, it killed millions. It was awful. We got the vaccine. Actually, President Trump's leadership was a factor in getting that out quickly. And so when I spoke to him, I said, okay, here's some other medical innovations, including a thing called an HIV cure that could be accelerated. So, we should be more prepared, both for a pandemic. I'd say that's still number one. You can worry about nuclear war. You can worry about AI. There's plenty to worry about. But overall, I'm an optimist.
Okay.
No, I mean, it's up to the government to think ahead on behalf of the citizens.
Yes.
So, pandemic, there's a lot that we should be doing that hopefully we'll get our act together before the next one comes. Overall, the innovation in health, both in the developing countries, the rich world, I love being part of that.
I was reading, though, that you said the next pandemic you are predicting within maybe 25 years. Is that
certainly
accurate?
we'll have one in the next 25 years. There's even some pathogens out there that we're watching over right now. So maybe 10% chance in the next 4 years.
Well, let's talk about AI, which you mentioned. Last week, Silicon Valley and stocks were rocked by news that China's AI model may outperform ours at a fraction of the cost and quicker to develop it. You've been in the book, you're very optimistic about AI. Are you still optimistic, and is the U.S. falling behind China in the AI race?
Well, the U.S. has done amazing work. Both people born here and people who've come here mean that we have more AI companies than even China has. But we should never underestimate great innovation in China. In many of the areas of science or getting product costs down, they do great work. They're 20% of the world's population. So the fact that this turn of the crank, they got ahead, that's not totally surprising. The U.S. companies will, including OpenAI, will catch up and move ahead. The pace of advance is pretty fantastic. And in many ways, that's going to help us in education and health delivery. A lot of good things that can come out of this that aren't zero sum, that, having all countries have access, including poor countries, I think is very exciting.
I have to ask you this because of my obsession with social media and where it's going. We noticed you haven't tweeted in a while, but this past weekend you joined TikTok, Bill Gates. Why did you join the platform? Where do you come down on the impact of social media more broadly, especially with Meta banning fact-checking?
Do you do dance numbers on TikTok?
Whatever it takes to sell books. I'm available.
The next department that appears to be on the chopping block is the Department of Education. Just earlier today, Democratic members of Congress were blocked from entering the department's headquarters. Democratic lawmakers had met outside to protest Donald Trump and Elon Musk's plan to abolish the department entirely, as well as attempting to seek a meeting with the department's senior leadership. Lawmakers were not only blocked by security holding the front door, but also by Department of Homeland Security police seen in multiple videos from members of Congress. Lawmakers were told by security guards stationed outside that nobody had accepted a meeting and that they needed an escort in the building in order to enter the building.
The door, he says he's a federal employee. He won't tell us who gave him permission to do this. All he knows is he's going to stand here and tell the members of Congress who are elected, who vote for the funding for all of them in this building, and for the student loans, and for the Title I families. He's going to tell us that we can't come in and talk with anybody. Is that right?
Joining me now is one of the lawmakers who tried to enter the Department of Education today, Congresswoman Jahana Hayes, Democrat of Connecticut, and a 2016 National Teacher of the Year. It's a great pleasure, Congresswoman. And, let's just get right to the bottom. Who tried to stop you, and under what authority were they acting to block members of Congress? That's the part I have to wrap my head around. Who fund the very department that they're standing there blocking members from coming into the building?
Well, thank you, Michael, and it's great to be here. And that's a great question. We did not get an answer to that. The man who came out, he met us at the door. The door was locked, and then he came out and met us and said we were not allowed entry to the building. We had to be on a guest list. And when I said, well, what is your name? What is your title? All he would say is, I work for the Department of Education. Never said who he was, kept pulling out a badge and pulling it back quickly. But we said, we're members of Congress. We can come into the building. We can request a meeting. Would not even let us inside the building.
Amazing. It's just amazing. Well, it also kind of begs the question, what do you do next? I mean, this is the fourth time or so that members of Congress have been denied access to federal property. It's not a question of what do Democrats do, what do Republicans, what do members of Congress do when something like this happens? What do you think should happen next?
Well, I think that's really important. I think part of the problem is the Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson, has ceded all of our Article I powers to the president. And in this case, the Speaker of the House should be saying we need to respect the separation of powers. But I know that is not going to happen. So we are bracing for lawsuits. We've sent letters to the department requesting a meeting. 96 members of Congress signed on to this meeting. Outside groups are gearing up to file lawsuits because we read Project 2025. We know what's next. We know what's coming. And Elon Musk and Donald Trump, this whole administration is going play by play in what we saw in this Project 2025. But one thing I don't think people understand. For me, it was important to go to the department because and request this meeting because I'm open to, if you want to audit the department, if you want to make reforms, let's talk about it. Let's work together and see what we need to do. They don't want to do that. They want to tear everything down, just like they talked about in your last segment. And I hope people understand what that means. A lot of the things that Republicans are complaining about that they don't like about the department with curriculum and things that happen in the school, those are local issues, not decided by the Department of Education. What the department does handle is the $1.6 trillion in student loan funds, special education, making sure that students aren't discriminated against, collecting data and statistics from school, preparing educators to teach our students, running Title I programs for our lowest income communities. All of those things will be affected. And people need to understand if those programs are cut, one of two things are going to happen. If the department is cut, one of two things are going to happen. Either those programs are going to go away or their taxes are going to go up to fund their local school systems. Our children deserve better. 49 million children attend public school in this country. And for Elon Musk to come in with no planning, no forethought, and just plow through these agencies with no plan to rebuild them or what's going to happen to the people that are affected is just completely wrong. And the members of Congress are going to stand up to that.
It appears that Elon Musk, Vice President Elon Musk, I guess, I don't know, he's got some role, some official role, thinks that the Department of Education is already dead in response to Congressman Maxwell Frost's post about the DOE. He said, quote, "No such department exists in the federal government." You're an educator, a former teacher of the year, someone who knows education better than most. You talked just a moment ago about the programs that are impacted both at the federal and state level. What does this ultimately mean for parents out there and school systems across the country that now will have to scramble, to your point, to figure out where those federal dollars come? Because a block grant is not going to cut it. And we know how block grants ultimately work, right?
Yes. And that's just it. Elon Musk's children don't need public schools. They're not relying on the services that are provided in public school. Donald Trump's children don't need public schools. It's my friends and neighbors. It's the kids that I taught. 7.5 million children receive special education services, wraparound services, accommodations, IEPs, the things that they need in order to learn and meet their educational goals. So many of our rural communities that don't have charter schools, that wouldn't be able to take advantage of some of these voucher programs. People need to think about that. All of those children will be denied a public education. When we had our committee hearing yesterday, the chairman said 1 million students access vouchers for private charter schools. They want to take all this money from the Department of Education and put it into voucher programs. There are not enough spaces for all of the children. What are we going to do with all of these kids? And people really need to think about that. A nation that doesn't invest in their children, that doesn't prepare them to be global citizens, to meet the workforce, we are going to lose a whole generation of kids. And it's not just the Department of Education. They're going after funding for Head Start and HHS. I don't understand this fascination or fixation on pulling money back that we use as resources for our children. And they talk about government efficiency. They talk about the budget. They're not going to the top for all of those big ticket items, like military contractors, like closing some of the tax loopholes that they gave to billionaires. They're taking money from the most vulnerable children, from our global aid programs, a fraction of the budget that really helps invest in the future of this country. And parents need to think about that. Democrat parents, Republican parents, grandparents, everyone needs to understand exactly what this means if the federal government, the Department of Education is stripped and those services are lost. Before and after school programs, lunch programs, services for students with special needs, all of our resources that schools have, our sports programs, our music programs, all of those things gone. Districts are going to have to make tough decisions about what they can keep, and our kids will have the bare minimum in schools, and teachers will not be prepared.
Yeah. Thank you so much. Congresswoman Jahana Hayes, thank you so much. Really appreciate it.
One of President Trump's first executive orders in office declassified records concerning the assassinations of John F. Kennedy, Martin Luther King Jr., and Senator Robert F. Kennedy. And now the FBI has said it has discovered around 2,400 records related to the assassination of JFK after a search for documents following the order. News Nation's Brian Enton has more on the discovery of the still secret records.
It has been 2.5 weeks since President Trump signed an executive order indicating that he wanted all of the confidential JFK records to be released. And now this bombshell news that thousands of records that apparently no one even knew existed have been located. When Trump signed the executive order, he said everything will be revealed, but when that will happen and what will be revealed is still a mystery. JFK was shot and killed in Dallas, of course, in 1963. Investigators determined communist activist Lee Harvey Oswald killed President Kennedy. But conspiracy theories about the assassination have continued to thrive for decades, and the FBI now released a new statement that says the FBI conducted a new record search pursuant to President Trump's executive order issued on January 23, 2025, regarding the declassification of the assassination files of JFK, RFK, and MLK. The search resulted in approximately 2,400 newly inventoried and digitized records that were previously unrecognized as related to the JFK assassination case file. Now, the FBI says they're working to transfer the newly discovered records to the National Archives and Records Administration for what they call the ongoing declassification process. You'll remember that originally, when Trump was in office the first time, he said he wanted to declassify the records then, but then the FBI and CIA interfered and said it was not a good idea, so he put it off. Now he says will be the time that it finally comes out. Back to you.
Thank you, Brian Enton. The Trump administration is facing pushback from the courts over its efforts to overhaul the federal government. The administration's move, led by Elon Musk and his Department of Government Efficiency, are being challenged on multiple fronts. And now a federal judge says the administration failed to comply with an order to unfreeze billions of dollars in federal grants. Plus, today a judge has ordered health agencies to restore data scrubbed by the Trump administration. Joining me to discuss, Zach Schoenfeld, courts and legal reporter here at The Hill. Zach, so just now we got this ruling. It came down on Doge's access to the Treasury Department. What's the latest?
Hey, Drew, this is now the latest development in this fight over Elon Musk's Doge getting access to these critical Treasury Department payment systems that are used to dole out trillions of dollars of payments each year. Everything from Social Security payments to Medicare benefits to everything in between. This is an order that has clarified a ruling that was issued in the pre-dawn hours of Saturday morning that imposed sweeping restrictions on who could access those systems, blocking Elon Musk, Doge, and political appointees. That was a ruling that led to swift criticism from Trump and his allies. They really stepped up their attacks on the courts over the weekend and even raised concerns among some legal experts that they might be setting the stage for not complying with it. But as all of that discussion has been happening in the court of public opinion over the last few days, we've seen the Justice Department go back in court and seek to wipe that ruling. So the judge has declined to do that. It kept keeping a lot of the main terms of this ruling in place, but she did agree to loosen some of the restrictions. So, for example, Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent, who the administration had warned would be prohibited from accessing the systems. The judge here is making clear he can access the systems. Also making clear that some federal contractors who help maintain some of these systems, they also can resume access. But Elon Musk and Doge, they are still prohibited.
Yeah, and we also got another ruling today in a lawsuit challenging how the Trump administration took down data posted on health agencies' websites. So is the government now going to have to restore these data sets?
At least temporarily, that is the case under this new order issued by a judge, this emergency temporary restraining orders, after a left-leaning physicians group had sued over the Trump administration scrubbing these various online data sets from the CDC, FDA, and other health agencies' websites. These data sets were scrubbed after Trump issued an executive order on his first day in office, officially recognizing that there are only two sexes. So this is part of his crackdown on what the administration has called gender ideology. So the administration ordered health agencies to take down any data sets that would be covered under this gender ideology order. And so then this suit came saying that actually violated a federal law requiring that agencies give notice before they take down these big information data sets. So the judge coming in with this emergency ruling telling the administration they need to put these data sets back up. This is only a temporary ruling, however. The judge will soon hold another hearing about whether to grant a longer pause.
And when it comes to these federal grants, this is the first time that a judge has declared that the administration has failed to obey a judicial mandate. Are we headed for a showdown between the courts and the federal government?
That really does seem to be the case. The Trump administration, even after the judge had effectively said that they had been disobeying the court's ruling, the Justice Department here really still fighting tooth and nail in court. They have now appealed this ruling and asking for it to be stayed, asking for it to be temporarily put on hold, trying to put some of these funding freezes back in effect. But we've been seeing across many of these various lawsuits regarding what was originally a widespread federal funding freeze, that OMB memo that has now been rescinded. We've seen plaintiffs in these cases saying that even though the administration has purported to rescind that memo and follow the court's orders, they say that, there's some of their grants are still being frozen. So there really is this continuing fight, not only of whether what the administration has been doing is legal, but whether also they have been complying with some of these temporary court rulings.
Now, yesterday, a federal judge extended indefinitely the deadline for government workers to accept that buyout offer that's being pushed by Elon Musk and the White House. What does this ruling mean? Is the offer still valid while it plays out in the courts? And what other legal challenges does the buyout offer face?
It is still valid for now. This ruling temporarily extends the deadline for federal workers to accept these buyouts, but it's nothing more than preserving the status quo until the judge can issue a full ruling. The window most recently was expected to expire last night, Monday night at 11:59 p.m. on the East Coast. The judge did hold a hearing yesterday and got to the end of the hearing, but wasn't ready yet to issue the ruling. So instead, what the judge did is said, we'll extend the deadline until the judge can actually issue this ruling in writing. It's unclear exactly when that's going to happen. So the bottom line right now is the buyout offer is still on the table, at least until this judge issues his ruling. And then based on that, that'll determine the next steps.
In another move, the president ordered the Department of Justice to halt enforcement of a law barring American companies from bribing foreign officials. Trump has long complained that the law creates an unfair playing field for American firms. So in order to compete, we got to be able to bribe foreign officials too?
Yeah, I mean, the Trump administration, we've now seen on a few different laws, has said they are not going to enforce various laws. This being the most recent one, a law regarding foreign bribery. As you mentioned, Trump is no fan of this law. He has claimed that it creates an uneven playing field for American companies. It's been used in the past to levy some pretty heavy fines on companies that have been found to violate this law. Trump said in this announcement that it has, quote, been abused in a manner that harms the interests of the United States. So his administration saying they're not going to enforce this, just like they said they're not going to enforce the TikTok ban for at least 75 days.
And Trump is the target of yet another lawsuit, this time after firing a top whistleblower protector. The leader of the Office of Special Counsel, who was appointed by former President Biden, said he was fired in a one-sentence email. What do we know about the lawsuit, and does the president have the authority to remove this position?
So in this case, what the judge has done is temporarily the U.S. Special Counsel is back on the job, at least until Friday. But that's only until Friday. Then we're going to see another ruling as to whether the firing was legal and whether they can remain in their post past that. But this is just the latest in a series of challenges that we have seen to Trump's efforts to fire various officials across the federal bureaucracy. Now, various agencies, they're structured differently. Different officials have different removal protections. So each one of these firings and each one of these cases is a little bit different. But broadly speaking, these cases have really set up some key questions as to what is the president's removal authority, as well as some key Supreme Court precedents as to whether the president can remove people from some of these offices. So a lot more to come as these cases continue to climb into the higher courts.
And finally, the Justice Department has dropped charges against New York City Mayor Eric Adams. Let's take a listen to what Adams had to say today.
So I thank the Justice Department for its honesty. Now we can put this cruel episode behind us and focus entirely on the future of our city. It's time to move forward.
Now, Zach, Adams has recently cozied up to President Trump and has become more vocal about cracking down on illegal immigration. Is this Trump's doing?
Yeah, I mean, this came from the Maine Justice Department in Washington, D.C. This came in the form of a memo from the acting Deputy Attorney General, Emil Bovee, who was previously one of Trump's personal criminal defense attorneys. He sent a letter to prosecutors in the Southern District of New York, which I should actually mention Bovee used to work there, and that instructed prosecutors to drop this case. Now, I should note, even though DOJ wants to drop this case, it's going to have to be formally accepted by a judge. That has not happened yet, but that process with this new memo does seem to be moving along. And there really has been this question since the election and since Trump's inauguration of whether he would move here to pardon Adams, since, as you mentioned, he really has been cozying up to this administration. And now we have our answer.
All right, that's all I got for you, Zach Schoenfeld. Thanks so much.
Thanks, Drew.
Gulf of America is now official on Google. The company has updated Google Maps for U.S.-based users and renamed the body of water formerly known as the Gulf of Mexico. The change comes after an executive order signed by President Trump on Inauguration Day. Google has made the change after the U.S. government updated the name on its official maps. Only users in the U.S. will see the Gulf of America name change. Users in Mexico will see Gulf of Mexico, and the rest of the world will see both names on Google Maps. How quick are President Trump's cabinet picks getting confirmed? NewsNation Chief Washington Correspondent Blake Berman has a look at how long it typically takes for president's cabinet picks to get through the Senate.
A new cabinet takes shape. I'm Blake Berman, host of The Hill on NewsNation. President Trump's cabinet nominees have been busy up on Capitol Hill these past few weeks, testifying before the United States Senate. That body must officially confirm each nominee before they start the job. Now, this chart right here from the Center for Presidential Transition shows how long it's taken to confirm presidents' key cabinet nominees this century. President George W. Bush and President Obama each had more than 5 cabinet officials confirmed on Inauguration Day. Bush had a fully confirmed cabinet on February 1st, while Obama's last cabinet official was not confirmed until late April. President Trump and President Biden's confirmations went at a slower pace. In Trump's first term, his cabinet took 3 months to be confirmed. Biden's took 2. So far, 10 of Trump's 15 cabinet officials have been confirmed. I'm Blake Berman, and this is the NewsNation Political Minute.
And you can find more news and analysis from Blake and our colleagues 24/7 on NewsNation. To find NewsNation on your screen, go to joinnn.com. That's today's Daily Debrief. I'm Drew Petrimo. Be sure to like, share, and subscribe to The Hill's YouTube channel. And come back here soon for the intersection between politics and policy.
Tonight, a special treat. Former California governor and action star Arnold Schwarzenegger sat down with CNN's Dana Bash to talk about how he's combating rising anti-Semitism and hate crimes in America. Dana, I'm envious. What a privilege you just had. I've been in his company before, and he is really interesting.
No question about it, and especially on this topic. He invited me here to Los Angeles, to USC. He has the Schwarzenegger Institute set up there to focus on public policy and broadly about bringing people together. His focus lately has been about combating hate. He called this forum today a terminating hate. I'm sure you get that. And the whole idea was to bring people together like a former skinhead, which he did, and a rabbi was there to have a conversation across lines among people that don't normally have these conversations. And his personal connection to this was fascinating.
You have worn so many hats in your lifetime: a bodybuilder, a movie star, governor of California. You're using this chapter of your life to speak out against hate, against anti-Semitism in particular. Why?
Well, it's not this particular. It's like anything that I see that really bothers me, I get involved with it. If it is the fight against fossil fuels and to create a clean environment, if it is motivating people to get up and to go and become successful, or if it is prejudice and hatred that I've seen over the years rise. So it became kind of alarming to me in the sense of, you don't have to just sit there and watch this whole thing. I think that you can get involved and use your platform to kind of speak out about that and how wrong it is because of my history. I come from a country that was part of the Second World War. Austria, I mean, Hitler himself was part Austrian. And it's all because we let this grow, this anti-Semitism and this hatred during that time. And so I just say to myself, well, I come from a place where this has been done once before. And I don't want that to happen again.
You stood up at this forum and you said,
and I was born with a father that was a Nazi. Think about that.
the air went out of the room. I've heard you talk about your father, but not like that. What made you say it that way?
Well, first of all, you have to understand when I improvise a speech, I don't think about how I say something or what I say.
You used the story of your father to try to reach people who are getting sucked into groups that propagate hate.
Mm-hmm.
Talk about making that connection.
My father was, and so many other millions of men, was sucked into a hate system through lies and deceits. And so we have seen where that leads. As I've seen it firsthand, how broken this man were, the kind of atrocities that happened, how many millions of people had to die, and then they ended up losers. You know, the Confederacy, losers. I say, all of this just doesn't work. I mean, let's just go and get along. And love is more powerful than hate.
But in this video that you did last month,
I want to talk to you today about the rising hate and anti-Semitism we've seen all over the world.
which was incredibly powerful and has been seen how many times now?
Well, apparently,
Millions.
almost 100 million people saw it, and there's billions of impressions, so it's really fantastic.
You drew this parallel between participating in Nazi hate during World War II and hateful ideology that is growing in the U.S. now. Is that the path America is on right now?
I don't know if it's the path that we're on, but I know there's the danger that we go in that direction.
You put out another video after January 6th, 2021, and you compared the storming of the Capitol to Kristallnacht in Germany and in Austria in 1938, when Nazis burned synagogues, Jewish businesses and homes. About 30,000 Jewish men were taken. That was the beginning of it. What did you mean by that? I wanted to ask you that. What did you see on January 6th that reminded you of the beginning of years of hatred and killing in Germany and Austria?
Well, it's the first thing that came to my mind when I saw the insurrection, that this is very dangerous. It's a wake-up call to let people know that you have to take this seriously, not just like, oh, let's get those right-wingers, let's put them to jail and all of this stuff. No, this is much more than that. You know, what creates something like that? And sadly, I have to say that no one really has covered it well, the insurrection, because they only said, okay, they were wrong and they have to go to jail and we have to punish them and all this stuff. But no one really has gotten into why was it that way? What powers do people have that are really upset and angry at government?
Well, part of it was that they were told that the election in 2020 was stolen.
No, but remember that it's always kind of the straw that breaks the camel's back.
Absolutely.
So it's not, that alone would not drive anyone to Washington. I think there was just such an unbelievable dissatisfaction. There's so much anger.
You said history shouldn't repeat itself. Donald Trump is now the front runner to be the nominee of your party, of the Republican Party. Given everything you said, does that concern you?
Absolutely not, because being a front runner of one party and letting them dig this hole deeper and deeper is going to make it easier for the Democrats in the end to win. It's sad to see that they couldn't come up with a new talent, with a new face that is a reasonable, smart, intelligent person that can lead this country in a Republican way.
You think there's no way he would win again?
No.
What if he did?
What is if it is a hypothetical question? But I can guarantee you that he's going to go maybe get the Republican nomination. Then when it comes down to the actual election, there's too many people now that have seen what he did as president that I think when it comes to the majority on election day, I think they will see the difference between one or the other. And believe me, I'm not the first one to say, hey, this is really great to have Biden back as president. No, but there's just no better option there, the way it looks right now.
Connecting this back to January 6th, you say the country hasn't really learned from it. How do you, I mean, you're a leader, you were governor of a very big state. How do you reach those people when they are listening still to lies about the 2020 election and a leader who is perpetuating that still?
Well, they will be buying into it because they want to buy in. Even though when they hear the evidence and when they see, like, for instance, Fox with Tucker Carlson and all this being fired by spreading the wrong news, and Fox going to court because they have lied intentionally, not mistakenly, intentionally, over and over again about this. I mean, it's like, people hear that, but it doesn't mean anything because they just want to believe the election was stolen because Trump is their man.
But as that relates to the hate that you're trying to stop and the kind of the temperature that you're trying to help bring down in this country, how do you do that?
Well, it's not just that. Prejudice and hate goes into so many different directions. It's not about, do you believe that Trump's election was stolen or not? It has nothing to do with Trump. It has to do with just in general, all over the world, we have this problem now, that there's this hate and there's this prejudice. And we're talking about men against women, women against men, black against white, white against black, Americans against immigrants, immigrants against Americans. It's just like this, it's just, he's from over there and he's a Muslim and he's a Jew and he's black and he's this. I just think that this, we have to just diffuse that.
What do you think?
Well, you know what I think. Presumably you've seen the movie, and the movie says quite clearly that his death was a coup d'etat. A lot of the facts in the case are still not agreed upon because various eyewitnesses differ in their accounts of it. There's no question that it is a full-out attack on the Warren Commission because I don't believe it, and I think it was a lie. I think it was a lie put over on the American public that Oswald did it alone. We've had 28 years of bullshit from the government and from the media. Is it really a covert, a shadow government that runs America? Not only did they possibly kill Kennedy, but they killed Robert Kennedy, they killed Martin Luther King. They appointed Alan Dulles to investigate John Kennedy's death. That's like asking the fox to investigate the chicken coop. It isn't fair. I've always said that there are two conspiracies. There was a small conspiracy, it could involve 5 to 10 people, maybe 11, 12, to kill the president. There is a second conspiracy here to cover it up. All over Europe, South America. I do when I like outside of hotel rooms too.
Okay, Oliver Stone, can I start by asking you why you wanted to make JFK?
Well, I thought, first of all, it was a hell of a thriller. I read the book by Garrison called On the Trail of the Assassins, and I said to myself, even if 50%, 20% of this is true, it's this outrageous story. It had never been reviewed in America. It was a totally ignored book. It was underground press. I read it. I met with Jim in New Orleans, and he struck me immediately as an articulate and dignified man who in his late 60s had returned and written a second book about this case that had haunted his life. Very few people do that when they're in their 60s unless they really firmly believe and have conviction. Secondly, the subject matter itself is probably the most important subject matter I've dealt with. It goes to the heart of the American dilemma. You know, it's a battle for the soul of America in a sense, because, you know, was Kennedy what his critics say he was, an unimportant president, charismatic, but basically a bump on a log that was removed, and then Lyndon Johnson carried out his policies? Or, as Jim Garrison suggests in his book, was his death motivated by his winding down of the Cold War? Was he a threat to a significant threat to the American establishment? Was he changing things with Khrushchev, with Russia, with Cuba, with Vietnam, and was his death really a political murder?
What do you think?
Well, you know what I think. Presumably you've seen the movie, and the movie says quite clearly that his death was a coup d'etat.
You said at the start of the answer that if 20% of the book was correct, which made me wonder whether you were doubting it yourself.
Well, let me say this, that I ultimately don't know. I don't know, and I've never described the movie as the truth. The movie I've described as really as a hypothesis. It is based on some facts. I go as far as I can with the facts that we have. Beyond that, I'm into the area of speculation. I've described the movie in maybe hyperbolic terms as a counter-myth to the myth of the Warren Commission. Bear in mind that I consider the Warren Commission is also based on facts plus speculation. The magic bullet theory is pure speculation, as is many things in the Warren Commission. And a lot of the facts in the case are still not agreed upon, because various eyewitnesses differ in their accounts of it.
What do you say to charges that you are having your cake and eating it too, in that the film is presented as a feature film, not a documentary, but at the same time you have said that you want it to change things, that the American public have been lied to, and you want the movie to be a step in the direction of correcting the lie? Where do you... I mean, people are then saying you're wanting to both make a feature film and a documentary.
Yeah, but I never set out to make a documentary. I couldn't. If I had done a documentary, and there have been several that are done that are very good, I would have stopped with the facts, and I would have said I can't go beyond this point. And I would have had a fairly dry and cerebral attack on the Warren Commission based on fact per fact. I wanted to present sort of an overarching paradigm, a counter myth. There's no question that it is a full-out attack on the Warren Commission, because I don't believe it, and I think it was a lie. I think it was a lie put over on the American public that Oswald did it alone. The more I've read, the more I've researched, the more people I've talked to, the more I believe this. So you can question my tactics, but you know, when we've had 28 years of bullshit from the government and from the media, and when you're attacking the 28 years of bullshit, you better come at it with, you know, a pretty fierce attack of your own if you're going to get people's attention. If you're going to make them sit up and say, you can't come at this half-heartedly. You've really got to. Let me liken it to a bit like being a VC in enemy territory, Viet Cong. I mean, I'm fighting an enemy that has been entrenched and established and has heavy artillery on its side. So I have to use surprise. I have to use, in some cases, the tactics of a guerrilla to make an impression.
When you talk about those guerrilla tactics, one of them surely must be that the use of news footage and recreating. And that it is confusing. For a viewer who wasn't around at the time, it's very easy to think some of the scenes are actually old news footage being shown again. Did you intend that?
Well, I wanted to put the viewer, I mean, it not being a documentary, you are not detached from this movie, and there's no question that I'm here and the movie is there. I went beyond that. I wanted to get into the movie. I want to put you into the skin of events. I want you to be in Dealey Plaza in 1963. I want you to be in the mood, the atmosphere. I want you to smell it, hear it, feel it. I want you to be in the autopsy room with Kennedy. Do you remember that old TV program, You Are There? I want to put people into it so that they can understand, or at least have a sense of what happened or what may have happened. And I guess you can criticize me for that, but I mean, apart from putting a prescription drug label on every scene at the bottom of and saying this is conjecture and this is fact, which would have been a distancing effect, I just don't know how else to have done it.
Why does it matter to you so much?
Why does it matter to me so much? Because I suppose fundamentally, beyond it being a repugnant crime, I suppose it goes to the heart of what democracy is. At the end of the day, it posits the question is, do we really have a democracy in our country? Is government accountable to the people? Is it really a covert, a shadow government that runs America? Not only did they possibly kill Kennedy, but they killed Robert Kennedy, they killed Martin Luther King, they prosecuted a war in Vietnam in which they lied to the people, they never told them what was going on. We have a chief executive who, in liaison with the CIA, conspired to bomb a neutral country, Laos and Cambodia, without telling the American people, that's a conspiracy. We have a chief executive who sat at the heart of a criminal conspiracy in our country, and as you know, escaped impeachment by resigning one step ahead. We had another conspiracy in our country to sell arms to an enemy country in the casual hope of their releasing some hostages. Another conspiracy to provide weapons and cash to Nicaraguan Contras against the laws of the United States. Another possible conspiracy to stall the release of hostages in Iran in order to get another president elected. We've had 5 or 6 conspiracies.
These are all major allegations, major accusations on your part.
Well, no, these are facts. On 5 of these 6 conspiracies are facts.
Why make movies? Why not make documentaries? Because obviously you do care about the truth.
Well, because we don't have the facts on the Kennedy killing. All the facts are not in. And part of the reason is because the damn government never gave the facts to the people. When the Warren Commission was formed, and I implied that it was a cover-up, the CIA and the FBI gave what they wanted to the Warren Commission, and they had a hell of a lot of more documentation. They had 300,000 pages on Oswald. They never gave anything to the Warren Commission of any significance. Allen Dulles, who Jack Kennedy had fired as the head of the CIA, and Jack Kennedy vowed, as you know, to splinter the CIA into 10,000 pieces. They appointed Allen Dulles to investigate John Kennedy's death. That's like asking the fox to investigate the chicken coop. It isn't fair. So you cannot talk to me about as if there is any set or agreed upon a body of facts in the Kennedy killing. It is a mess, this case. It is a mess. And it is the right, in fact, it may well be the obligation of any artist to go back into this thing and reinterpret it. Because I don't think the history was written correctly.
You've been pretty forceful in your condemnation of the media at the time and since. Do you think that's why they have now turned around and attacked the film?
No, no. My condemnation is a small part of it. The media basically blew the story in 1963. I'm talking about the American media. They accepted the cover story, which was put out on Friday afternoon. That Oswald did it alone, and I showed that in the movie with Donald Sutherland. They had the cover story right in place. It was the technique of black operations, the technique of covert operations. They had a studio biography of Oswald that was available on all the wires. You could have been in New Zealand, you could have been in Egypt, you could have been in England, South Africa. You got the same story on Friday afternoon. This was 4 or 5 hours before Oswald was charged with the killing of the president, but it was already starting to point to Oswald. And when Oswald was killed on Sunday by Jack Ruby, the New York Times headline said, "President's assassin is shot." It didn't say, "President's alleged assassin is shot," which is what it should have said. Oswald never had representation. And the facts about Oswald were buried from the American public. We now know that the CIA had a heavy, increasingly thick 201 file on Oswald from 1960 on. But when Richard Helms testified to the commission, he denied that the CIA had any interest at all in Lee Harvey Oswald.
Why do you think the media have been so aggressive towards you and the film?
Because, number one, it's their territory. They blew the story in 1963. They never asked, the American press never asked why. What is a possible motive for his death? They never, when Indira Gandhi gets blown up and killed in India, the press asks, what are the opposing political forces? The American press never asked that question. They went right away with the Oswald did it alone. Oswald as communist, although we know that Oswald liked Jack Kennedy, in fact, adored him. They accepted that Oswald was a communist. Jim Garrison brought out in New Orleans that Oswald, as a communist, was hanging out with anti-communists. The same thing in Dallas.
Do you feel I suppose what I'm driving at is, do you feel that the media campaign against you has been orchestrated anyway? I mean, do you feel part of a conspiracy theory?
It could be. I mean, you know, it's one. Look, they've called me everything from a paranoid to a lunatic and everything. So this is ridiculous. But I've always said that there are two conspiracies. There was a small conspiracy. It could involve 5 to 10 people, maybe 11, 12, to kill the president. There was a second conspiracy here to cover it up. Now, because I said that doesn't mean that the New York Times conspired to kill John Kennedy. But something happened. Something happened. There was an embarrassment, let's say. Maybe Lyndon Johnson said to Earl Warren when he forced him under the commission, he said, this is serious. Possibly Castro did it. There could be a war here involving the loss of 40 million lives. He used that word, 40 million lives, to persuade Earl Warren to take this job. There seemed to be this sort of strange and embarrassing desire to cover it up quickly, not to have a major international embarrassment, to pin the thing on Oswald and to move on with our lives. And of course, moving on with our lives implied going to Vietnam. And what's been lost in all this is that Kennedy has been sort of summarily dismissed as a Cold War president whose policies in Vietnam were quickly carried out by Lyndon Johnson. This is not the case. Arthur Schlesinger Jr. has written about this, and there's a new book coming out, which is a fascinating, groundbreaking work by John Newman that goes in depth into documented details about John Kennedy's plans to withdraw from Vietnam in 1965.
Isn't there a problem, though, in blaming Vietnam on the roots of it, on the assassination of Kennedy, that you let other people off the hook?
No, of course. That is also, I've been misrepresented on it. I point to the motive as being the winding down of the Cold War. On a much larger scale, I'm saying what the movie says is that Kennedy was reaching a sort of a form of early détente with Khrushchev, 25 years ahead of Gorbachev. That there's plenty of evidence of this, not only the American University speech, but the deals that he made with Khrushchev in 1962 over the Cuban Missile Crisis, the signing of the Nuclear Peace Treaty, which was a groundbreaking thing at that time, the installation of the hotline, the backdoor negotiation with Castro, and a very strict, no combat troop policy by President Kennedy, not only in Vietnam, but in Cuba and in Laos, and several times in Vietnam in 1961, 62, and 63.
Fiona, just to say, there's only 2.5 minutes left, so your key questions, the ones that we
All right, okay. I'm
key
sorry.
questions. I thought we had the key questions. Jesus Christ.
It's difficult, isn't it?
Well, I think one of the things that I would like to ask you, in the film you say that there's a scene which involves most of the DAs, and they say what the one who is alleged to betrayed Garrison stands up and says, for God's sake, we couldn't keep a conspiracy, we couldn't organise a conspiracy, we couldn't keep a secret amongst ourselves, and yet your film suggests that there's a huge range of organisations.
Yeah, well, I dealt with that, but I'll go back to it.
Also, about Oliver's position as a radical film.
Yeah, I was going to do that too. So it's difficult in 2.5 minutes, isn't it?
I'm talking fast.
I know, that's right. We'll we'll try and ignore them. The allegation is that within the film is that the conspiracy is enormous. It's an inverted pyramid, effectively. Doesn't the fact that it is that make it less likely? I mean, it's so huge that people would have leaked.
There again, the film has been misrepresented, because if you look at the film closely, when the Donald Sutherland character is talking to Costner, he says, it's in the air. There's no face on it. Nothing's on paper. Everyone has a plausible deniability. And then we cut to a shot of one man picking up a telephone, the implication being that one high-level official, be it an Alan Dulles, let's say, just for the sake of, makes one call to a middle-level official. The middle-level official is the guy who picks up the phone. He's told, we're going in the south, we're going in the fall. That person puts into play the mechanics, the hitmen, who do the job. It's a cellular organization. In other words, if I'm a shooter, I don't even know who hired me. I don't even know your name. I may not even know the name of the other shooter. It is done in sort of like a terrorist organization in Beirut or in Algiers, very cellular. Ultimately, in the conspiracy to kill the president, it could involve as little as 6 or 7 men, 8 men, 9 men, who don't even know their names, because nothing is on paper. Nothing can be proved. The cover-up, however, is a whole other story which involves, I think, a larger group of people, but that does not need to say that those people involved in the cover-up knew that Kennedy had been killed by a conspiracy. Maybe they sense it, but they don't really know the facts. There's therefore a sort of I call it a silent assent. For example, the FBI is mentioned in the film, but only in terms of the cover-up. But my critics have always used that and say, well, Stone throws in everything. The kitchen sink, too. The FBI is in on the killing. Lyndon Johnson is in on the killing. No, the film only said that Lyndon Johnson was in on a cover-up, that he knew something had happened and he was trying to cover it up.
It's said of this film, Oliver Stone is an obsessional with the 60s particularly, but an obsessional filmmaker. Others say Oliver Stone is one of the great radical filmmakers, America's radical filmmakers. Now, where do you think you lie, or is it a bit of both?
Well, certainly when I started, I didn't make any connection to Vietnam. It was only through my talks with Fletcher Prouty, Colonel Fletcher Prouty, who is the X character is based on, is that I began to understand what the National Security Action Memos 263 and 273 really meant. So all that information came to me after I was involved. Therefore, Vietnam was hardly my motive. One can argue that, the chicken or the egg. Because I was in Vietnam, therefore I'm only concerned about Kennedy and Vietnam. But that's not true. I think I was put on Earth, I was born in those years. And in a strange way, my life parallels these events. And I think any artist, whether it's Zola in France or Dickens in England, I mean, they write about the time, they reflect the time they move through. So thank God that I was born in interesting times. There's an old Chinese curse, may you live in interesting times. I think I just reflect those times.
And are radical within that?
Well, radical because, we're living in the Orwell age. Your English writer was much more acute than people give him credit for. I remember when 1984 rolled around, Time magazine had a cover and they sort of chuckled and said, well, you see, 1984 came and went and it never happened. But it did happen. And it happened in a much more subtle way than even Orwell could have predicted. It happened in a way where the media did take over, but they gave you so much trivialization and so much marginalization that they could depoliticize any issue by trivializing it. And it worked. And in fact, Kennedy has been trivialized by all this Kennedy bashing, the womanizing, this, that. It doesn't matter how many women he went with. What matters is what he was trying to do, and that's been forgotten.
Thank you.
My fellow citizens, more than mine, will rest the final success or failure of our course.
John Fitzgerald Kennedy was the 35th President of the United States. He was the young, handsome leader who promised a new hope.
The torch has been passed to a new generation of Americans born in this century.
A modern politician for a modern America.
Ask not what your country can do for you. Ask what you can do for your country.
Another car directly behind the presidential
life of JFK is so often defined by his death.
The President of the United States is dead.
His assassination in November 1963 came to be seen as a turning point for the US, a shift from an age of innocence to one of violence and change. JFK himself was transformed from man into legend.
This young, handsome, intelligent, terrifically photogenic, but honest political leader was a breath of fresh air on the political scene.
I can't think of any other leader in a Western democratic context who develops such a fantastic image.
For a college boy to give his brand label, to invent a new way of being a politician and a new kind of marketed politics, this was revolutionary.
This reading of history can disguise the fascinating and contradictory man behind the myth.
Jack Kennedy never performed very well at school. He was clearly gifted, but he really scraped by in his final grades.
He was the walking textbook of illnesses. It's astonishing he survived childhood.
People sometimes assume that it was almost accidental that JFK happened to have been in Berlin in 1939, a few days before the declaration of war, that he'd been to Palestine, that he'd been to Indochina. But it's clear from the diaries he kept, that was what excited him about the study of politics.
There's this quality of hope and admiration and optimism that he projected that really inspired people, and something about his personality that continues to interest and engage people.
JFK was recognized by millions, but known by few. This program will explore the making of a president. Born in Massachusetts on the 29th of May 1917, John Fitzgerald Kennedy, known familiarly as Jack, was the second son of multimillionaire investor and politician Joe Kennedy.
Jack Kennedy was born into a Boston Irish family. It was a middle-class family without any particular political pretensions. The father working in banking, and a mother who actually came from a political family, a Democratic family. Her father had been the mayor of Boston.
Rose Kennedy's father, John Honey Fitzgerald, was a real force in Massachusetts politics. He was elected to Congress 3 times. He was elected mayor of Boston. And Edward Kennedy would say in later years, one of the reasons the Kennedys were always so strong in Massachusetts politically was because of Honey Fitzgerald, the maternal grandfather.
They had a grand home in Hyannisport on Cape Cod. They had a home in Palm Beach, Florida. It was a life of prep schools, of luxury, of tennis courts, of really living in a kind of bubble, very, very far removed from the mass of the American people. It was kind of like being a European aristocrat, which is essentially what he was.
Having attended various local elementary schools, Jack Kennedy's secondary education formally started at a Catholic school, but it soon became apparent he was unhappy there. It was decided that he switch and follow his brother to Choate Rosemary Hall, a private prep school in Connecticut. Although the school is thought to be the inspiration for the famous "Ask not what your country can do for you" speech, Jack was no happier here than he was at his previous school. One thing Choate did have, though, was his brother, Joe Kennedy Jr. But where his brother seemingly excelled, Jack did not.
His older brother is already there at Choate, and he's kind of the golden boy. He's doing fantastically well. He's on all the sports teams. He's a very diligent student. Jack Kennedy isn't really a diligent student at this point. He's a little bit badly behaved.
He was clearly very smart and very lazy. And not only lazy, he didn't seem to want to excel.
He was bright, he was charming, he had some interest in history and in biography, and he did read, but he was a rather indolent student. And at his prep school, he ended up graduating 65th out of 110. So that's about midway, in fact, below halfway in the class. If you look at his academic record, for example, it's far less impressive than, say, Richard Nixon's.
He chafes at the discipline of the Choate School, and he organizes a club among his friends called the Muckers Club, sort of essentially designed to break school rules.
He was, in fact, expelled to begin with, but his father pleaded he should be kept at school. But he was required to sit down with a psychologist. And the psychologist said, "Jack, you seem to do very well in your classes, but you don't try very hard. You know, what is going on?" And he came up with a brilliant answer. And he said, "Well, my brother does very well. Why should I be doing the same? He does it all for me."
Jack's childhood was in many ways a fortunate one, but he was plagued by illness. Long stretches of bed rest and prolonged courses of heavy medication began in childhood. This would set the blueprint for the rest of his life.
As a young child, he'd had a very bad case of scarlet fever, and there was a huge outbreak in Boston at the time. His father and his grandfather, Honey Fitz, had to pull strings to get him into the best hospital in Boston.
He was continually ill, either in the school sanatorium or in hospital. And worse still was the fact that very rarely were they able to diagnose what was wrong with him.
It meant that he had long periods off school. There was not only the scarlet fever, there was the pneumonia, there was the asthma.
He had major spinal problems. He was born with one leg slightly shorter than the other. This created a long-term problem with his back. And it never leaves him, that problem. It's always there.
I think what's remarkable is that he wanted to enjoy the health that others had. He developed a jokey sort of heroism, if you like, that he was coping with what for normal people would be considered life-threatening diseases, but just wouldn't take them seriously.
It's interesting to speculate on the impact of his very severe health problems on his mentality. And I think what it left him with was a live-for-the-moment mentality. I think there was part of Kennedy that thought, I'm not going to be around for long, so I may as well enjoy myself as much as I can while I can.
There were underappreciated depths to the younger Kennedy boy, which many overlooked. He used his frequent bouts of illness to read, developing his mind and imagination through the works of Robert Louis Stevenson, Winston Churchill and others. Although academically he was just getting by, his self-education was invaluable. As both Jack and his brother matured, their father would instill a rivalry within them both, which the businessman Joe Sr. evidently thrived off.
The Kennedys had to excel at everything. They had to excel at sport, at academia, in debating, in writing, in literature. This family, in other words, were being turned into a brand, groomed for success.
The father had such high expectations of them, and he put them under so much pressure, but also there was a certain degree of sexual competition going on. Both of the two older boys were extremely handsome. They brought home lots of girlfriends, and the father openly not only flirted with the girlfriends, but propositioned them.
It wasn't just that he was a philanderer of spectacular proportions, but that he was completely open about it. His sons knew about it, and the advice which he apparently gave his sons was you need to get laid as often as possible. But also with his affairs, he was open about it, they knew about it, and so obviously that's something he passed on to the sons, including John Kennedy.
The good side is that Joe Kennedy took an acute interest in all his children. In that sense, he was a good father, because remember, in that generation among the elite, both American and British, fathers would often neglect their children. They'd maroon them in boarding schools for years. They'd take no interest in them. Whereas, of course, Joe Kennedy took an aggressive interest in the lives of his children.
Jack would complete his studies at Choate, and although his grades were nothing special, he still managed to gain entry into Harvard. But it would be that summer where the real education of Jack Kennedy began. Coinciding with his father's appointment to the ambassadorship to Britain, Jack would begin a number of trips to 1930s Europe. The political tensions and shifting of power fascinated this young American. He would witness some of the 20th century's most historic events firsthand. These visits would inform his future in ways he could never imagine. The first trip to Europe that Jack Kennedy took was in 1937. He and a school friend, Lem Billings, sailed from the US, taking Jack's sports car with them, and spent 10 weeks driving around Europe. The following year, in 1938, Joe Kennedy Sr. was appointed US ambassador to the United Kingdom by President Roosevelt. Jack again made a trip to Europe, but this time it wasn't explicitly for pleasure. He traveled to England to work in the embassy, where he would get his first taste of the inner workings of politics.
This showed him the international scene of global high politics and what could follow from them. It was an extraordinary kind of education because his father, you see, had not only a front row seat, but his father had a unique position in relation to the government of British Prime Minister Neville Chamberlain. So we're not just talking about any ambassador's son. Joe Kennedy was at the vortex of European events in the late 1930s, and he was a major actor on that scene.
It was while Jack was there that he became fascinated by the rearmament that was going on in England and the growing rise of fascism on the continent.
This gave him extraordinary insight into the nature of Hitler, of Hitlerism, the nature of charisma. It was an extraordinary kind of tutelage, if you like, into the power of propaganda, because he saw, unlike historians, that this whole regime was about propaganda. The whole thing was driven by the most brilliant levels of propaganda history had ever seen.
The year after, he would travel to Europe for a third time. This time, however, he did not stay in London. He traveled to the Middle East, the Soviet Union, and the Balkans to research for his final year thesis. He then went to Czechoslovakia and Germany. What he witnessed was Europe on the brink of war. He left Berlin on September the 1st, 1939, the day Germany invaded Poland.
I think this trip had a lasting influence on him in the sense that he was someone who truly believed in being there.
He was very interested in political history. That's what he wanted to study, and he wanted to see it firsthand.
He realized that Europe was on the verge of meltdown. He wanted to educate himself onto the global scene, and this was the best and most practical way of doing it.
Kennedy has a faith in his own judgment and his own perception, and being there on the ground, traveling around, becomes a motif of his political career.
Here was an opportunity where he could actually visit these countries simply with his passport and a letter from his father as the United States ambassador to Britain.
Jack returned home and started to write his dissertation. Thanks to his father, it would be a work which would live beyond the realms of his Harvard studies.
The idea was to see how slow Britain had been to recognize the threat of Germany. His professors were very laudatory, really, because, after all, it was unusual for a student to be able to have such first-hand information. It was shown to a friend of Jack's father who worked at the New York Times, Arthur Kroc, and he said, you know, this is an awfully good dissertation. This would make a book.
In the summer of 1940, John Kennedy's first book, Why England Slept, is published. By the spring of 41, it sold something like 80,000 copies in America and Britain, although there is the rumour that his father bought up 30,000 copies and stored them at his home in Hyannisport.
For the United States, which was still a neutral country, but looking at what was happening in Europe, this seemed almost like a wake-up call.
It establishes a key component of his image, which is that he is a man of letters. This is someone who is an authentic intellectual who publishes books. It's also important because it furnishes the cornerstone of his foreign policy ideology. You want to understand what John Kennedy is saying about foreign policy during the Cold War. If you want to understand his foreign policy during his presidency, you can still learn a lot about it by reading Why England Slept.
For Jack, the book seemed to be a turning point in his life. Up until now, he had lived in the shadow of his more able older brother. The attack on Pearl Harbor made the war a global concern, and like many families, the Kennedys were not immune to its effect. The political life of Joe Sr. would be the first casualty.
As ambassador, he began to see himself more and more as the peacemaker of Europe, that he could do a deal. He could get the British Prime Minister and the Führer together around a table, and that somehow he would be able to make it all come right. When it turned out that he had misunderstood Hitler, when it was obvious that Britain was standing alone, Joseph Kennedy lost faith in Britain.
He had very much the businessman's fix-it mentality. He really didn't understand all this blood and soil mystical stuff. He thought you could do deals. He thought you could pay them.
That becomes a deeply controversial position and unpopular with the British people. And he becomes an embarrassment. It's why often in JFK's later campaigns, although Joseph Kennedy is pulling the strings behind the scenes, he's often not out there in public. So by 1941, his political career is over.
The President of the United States wasn't even using his ambassador to London because he didn't think Joseph Kennedy was right. And he didn't think the Prime Minister of Britain, Neville Chamberlain, was right. The President believed that Winston Churchill had the makings of the one person who could stand up to Hitler. And that left Joseph Kennedy out in the cold.
Despite his ongoing ill health, Jack was eager to sign up for the US forces. Securing a doctor's certificate, he managed to enroll in the Navy just before the Pearl Harbor attack. Jack was thirsty for action, but his health meant he was stationed at a desk in Washington, working in naval intelligence. It would be during this time that he would meet the first and arguably the greatest love of his life, Inga Arvad.
He met this beautiful Danish woman who was 7 years older than him, Inga Arvad.
This is one of the few times in his life where he's very emotionally involved. I think it's partly physical attraction. She's very beautiful and she's worldly.
She was a journalist in Washington, and pretty much everybody she interviewed fell in love with her, including Jack Kennedy. But she was drawn to him. He'd been to Europe, so he had a feeling for her as a European. He was fascinated by politics, and the fact that she had interviewed Hitler and Goering before she left Europe, that made her very special in his eyes.
The trouble is that Adolf Hitler adored her. The Führer had said that she was the ideal Aryan woman. She was really seen in Washington as a kind of Mata Hari, and she was feared.
Her ties to Hitler and the Nazi elite meant the FBI were observing her. Private conversations and liaisons between her and Jack were recorded. No one, it seemed, approved of the affair.
His family, she's not exactly wife material in their view. She's not Catholic, she's twice divorced. But also his superiors in naval intelligence are concerned about this young naval intelligence officer caught up in a passionate relationship with this, beautiful woman who we're not sure if she maybe is a spy.
He was crazily in love with this woman, told his father he was going to marry her. The father said, no, you can't. And finally, the father spoke to Inga and said, listen, you are never going to marry my son. Get that out of your mind. This cannot be. You will get locked up. So back off. That put an end to the relationship. He admitted to somebody I interviewed that she was the love of his life, but it was not to be.
Although his father was against him entering naval combat, Joe Sr. did end up eventually facilitating his son's wish. Jack became the pilot of a patrol torpedo boat. These boats were small and ready for combat. It's unclear if the guilt of ending the affair with Inga caused Joe Sr. to change his mind, but he made sure Jack's boat was always out of hostile waters. However, an unexpected show of aggression from the Japanese around the Solomon Islands meant Jack would eventually come under attack. The war would have bittersweet consequences for the Kennedy family. Although tragedy would strike in Europe, honors would flow at home. On the night of August 1st, 1943, while performing routine patrols with 2 other PT boats, Jack spotted an enemy ship. Before he could react and attack, his boat was rammed and sliced in 2 by the Japanese destroyer.
It's in the middle of the night. They don't have proper radar. They don't have good physical sighting at that point. And ultimately, his boat is actually stove in 2. Some of his crew members are killed instantly, but some of them survive and they're in the waters. And Jack Kennedy is able to rescue some of them.
He performs heroically. Using a belt in his mouth, he tows a crew member 3.5 miles to an island.
This is a man who has extensive health problems, has extreme back problems. He swims for 5 hours to get those men to safety.
9 of the men survived. They managed to swim to this literally desert island, to stay there until Jack Kennedy arranged through a local native to get out a coconut with a message saying they were still alive, and they were finally rescued.
His older brother has always been better than him at school. There was a competitive dynamic between these 2 brothers, and Joe Jr. maybe feels that he needs to prove himself even more. He's already gone above and beyond. And then maybe because of the heroics of his younger brother, maybe out of his own sense of duty and service, he actually volunteers for a very dangerous mission to bomb a German airbase in Belgium.
No one is ever compelled to go on a mission where the probability is that he will lose his life. Essentially, he became an American kamikaze. They were wiring up bombers, filling them with explosives to attack the V-rocket emplacements in occupied Europe.
The mission failed. The bombs exploded on board the plane before it reached its target. Joe Kennedy Jr. was still on board and died instantly. For the whole Kennedy family, this was a tragic loss. Whilst Jack was still coming to terms with the death of his brother, word was beginning to spread about his heroic actions in the Pacific.
There's a writer for Life magazine called John Hersey, and he approaches Kennedy and says, I'd like to write an article on what you've done for the New Yorker magazine. Now, Joseph Kennedy, working behind the scenes, gets it republished with Reader's Digest. So a large number of people in 1944 read this vivid account of John Kennedy's bravery in World War II. So 1940, with Why England Slept, the idea of him as an intellectual, a man of letters, of cultural sophistication, that idea is established. With his service in World War II, a second element in his image is established, which is that he's a war hero. So what you have is the idea that he has brains and brawn.
People have speculated that it was just the death of the older brother that pushed JFK into politics. That is nonsense. The fact is, from the FBI records, JFK was talking about going into politics and even going as far as the presidency, way back at the time of Pearl Harbor, in his conversations with Inga Arvad. To the extent that the brother might have been in the way, but the fact that he had been killed opened the way for JFK to accept the family mantle, if you like. And the father was willing to fund it.
After the PT boat incident, Jack was left with chronic back issues, and he was honorably discharged from the Navy. His brother was dead, and his father's political career over. He found employment as a journalist, but the question about what he should do next lingered. It was then decided that Jack would run for Congress in 1946. Again, Joe Sr. would be instrumental in making this happen.
He will run for Congress, and his father helps make that happen by inducing local Democratic congressmen to vacate his seat and run for mayor of Boston instead. It's not a shoo-in for Jack Kennedy, though. He doesn't necessarily have strong ties in the community. So they have to start really building connections in Boston.
Behind the scenes, Joseph Sr. is spending huge amounts of money. A typical amount of money for a congressional candidate in 1946 would have been something like $25,000. Estimates are that Joe Kennedy spent at least 10 times that amount, at least $250,000, maybe $500,000.
What JFK understood was the imagery of politics would transform the business. His father was an expert in that field, so between the two of them were able to change the course of American politicking and campaigning.
Joseph Kennedy hired 2 advertising agencies to promote Kennedy's campaign. So these advertising agencies would contact the media, they would polish his speeches. He even hired a billboard specialist who put up 90 billboards around the city in Boston. And so it's an incredibly slick campaign.
The fact that he was facing such ill health did make him aware that he could project an image that could cover that up. He had a certain shyness, a certain modesty, which allowed him on camera to come across as youthful, handsome, thoughtful, compassionate, and all those things were genuine.
The campaigning paid off, and in November 1946, John F. Kennedy won the seat of the 11th District of Massachusetts. But he soon realized that the life of a congressman might not be all that he'd expected.
Now, the truth was, as a congressman, he wasn't impressive. He was quite lazy, he used to party a lot, he was also ill a lot, and he often wasn't there. But he didn't have an outstanding reputation when he's in the House of Representatives.
Actually, he found it very boring to pursue the interests of working-class Bostonians. To defend their rights was an honorable activity. But ultimately, it was the world stage which interested him. It was the great questions of war and peace. It was the macro struggle between communism and democracy, because he saw things on a global template, not just the little workings of the internal parish.
Jack served 6 years as a congressman before turning his sights on the Senate.
His intent, I think, always was to go for a Senate seat, but of course he was very young. In a state like Massachusetts, it was going to be a huge battle, and many people said, don't try.
They decide that this is the time to run for the US Senate, and he'll be running against Henry Cabot Lodge.
That campaign was run in a kind of modern, slick way. And what's also important to note is that in the campaign against Lodge, Kennedy's views on foreign policy on the Cold War were probably more hardline than Lodge's. And probably a good many people, including some Republicans, voted for Kennedy in '52 because they thought he would be more hardline on the Cold War than Henry Cabot Lodge.
The family recognized that they had a star and that actually people would like to meet the star and shake hands. It was very effective.
Like the '46 campaign, the 1952 campaign for the Senate highlighted Kennedy's appeal as a sex symbol. Again, there's a lot of talk of his physical attractiveness, and also his appeal as a symbol of the family. The 1952 Senate campaign is most famous for the teas held by his mother and his sisters for women. I think it's estimated something like 70,000 women attended those teas, which coincidentally was his winning margin. He defeated Lodge by 70,000 votes. And this might seem an extravagant statement, but I think it's entirely defensible that more than any other politician in American history, Kennedy symbolized family life because he's seen as a representative of a dynasty.
The image of John F. Kennedy was something that had been worked on and honed. He was the academic, the war hero, the family man, and thanks to the Tea Parties, older women wanted to mother him and younger women wanted to marry him. Before his Senate victory, though, his reputation as a playboy was becoming problematic. His father agreed that what Jack needed was a wife.
When John F. Kennedy runs for the US Senate, he's a bachelor. He's obviously had a lot of relationships with women over the years, but he's never gotten married. And he enters the US Senate in 1953 as a single man. There's an article in the Saturday Evening Post headlined, "The Senate's Gay Young Bachelor." And there's a lot made of his marital status. Now, at that time, he'd actually already met Jackie Bouvier. They'd been introduced at a dinner party in Georgetown by a mutual friend.
There was certainly a strong element of mutual attraction. There's an article in Life magazine in the summer of 1953 with the headline, "Senator Kennedy Goes A-Courting," and a picture of him and Jackie Kennedy on a sailboat. And it's a very glamorous image. So it's a private matter, but it also affects JFK's image.
Jackie Kennedy had unique gifts. She was a remarkable woman, highly intelligent, highly insightful, a very, very good foil to him. Similarly, they'd both come from very troubled backgrounds. Her father had been a chronic alcoholic, her parents divorced when she was 12. So there was a kind of mutual sympathy, a mutual understanding.
It's unclear if Jack really wanted to get married, if he really saw himself as a marrying man. Certainly, he appreciated freedom in his romantic life. But it's his father that basically, with a little bit of political calculation, says being the Senate's gay young bachelor isn't going to cut it for very long. And if you want to be president, you have to have a family, and you have to have a wife, and the political image is important. And Jackie Bouvier fits all of those criteria for being a political wife, and a political wife to a prominent Catholic politician.
He had always built up the family as a brand. Remember, in those days, most men were married at 22. To be unmarried at 35 raised certain questions. Were you a serial philanderer? In this case, true. So it kind of, if you like, embourgeoisified the Kennedy label. They were anything but bourgeois. They were very wealthy bohemians. But this turned it into something much more palatable, much more acceptable. You can't have a king without a queen. You can't have a prince without a princess. And here she came.
Jack and Jackie married on September the 12th, 1953 at St. Mary's Church, Newport, Rhode Island. The young senator was no longer a bachelor. From the outset, the marriage was troubled, both parties conducting illicit affairs. But the thing they both worked towards and understood was the image. Projecting the notion of a happily married couple was paramount.
She was pretty perfect in terms of the senator's wife and the prospective presidential nominee's wife. But as to their actual relationship, I think the honest truth from all the people who were very close to them was that this was not a love relationship.
One of the interesting things about that relationship is that she was aware of his womanizing.
It was common knowledge within his close circle and increasingly known more widely. What really happened is that people turned a blind eye to it. They didn't want to know.
In terms of the marital drama, it was always on a knife edge, and there is no doubt that Jackie was on the point of divorcing.
There's stories that she even approached Joe Kennedy and said that she was contemplating a divorce. And it's Joe that patches that over and says, do what you need to do, spend what you need to do to some extent to make you happy and to stay in this marriage, because the symbolism and the qualities that Jackie Kennedy brought to her public life were so valuable, and he saw that value. And he knows that without her, Jack's political career is ruined.
Prior to his marriage, his sexual appeal was seen as an exciting attribute of his bachelorhood. After his marriage, it's seen as an attribute of this marriage to this glamorous, beautiful woman. There are a lot of magazines in the mid and late 50s that have them on the cover long before he reaches the White House. So she adds to his sexual appeal.
The Kennedy brand was set, and it was the 1956 Democratic Convention that threw it into the national consciousness.
I give you the next Democratic nominee and our next President of the United States, Adlai E. Stevenson.
Jack's televised speech gained so many supporters that he nearly found himself as the running mate of Adlai Stevenson. Had he won, his future presidential hopes would most certainly have been dashed. The Democrats lost heavily in the '56 elections, and Kennedy would continue working in the Senate. The convention proved one thing, however. John F. Kennedy connected. Who he was, his image, all resonated with an audience who eagerly consumed what was fed to them via televisual broadcast. On January 2nd, 1960, Jack began his campaign for the Democratic nomination. That November, he would face Vice President Richard Nixon for the White House in what was shaping up to be one of the tightest races in history. But Kennedy's religion remained a potential issue for the American electorate.
In a way, the biggest issue that Kennedy has to deal with in 1960 is the religious issue of his own Catholic faith. No Catholic had ever been elected president. What some Americans felt was that a Catholic president might owe their allegiance to Rome, to the Pope, to the Catholic faith, rather than to the United States and the American Constitution. So this is a major issue that Kennedy has to deal with, and I think initially he'd rather not talk about it. By the time they get to the West Virginia primary, in the spring of 1960, he decides to tackle it head on.
He gives a speech before the Ministerial Association of Greater Houston. So this is an organization of Protestant ministers. And he gives a speech to say, I'm not a Catholic candidate for president. I am the Democratic candidate for president who happens to be Catholic. So he essentially challenges this long-standing concern that Catholics have dual loyalties in the political sphere, and it's a watershed moment in terms of religious discussions in American political campaigns.
It adds another element to this multifaceted image that he'd been developing, and that is the idea of Kennedy as a man of faith. The whole debate over Kennedy's religion in 1960 is based on the idea that his Catholic faith was important to him.
Still no one in the Kennedy camp was certain his assurances were enough to defeat Nixon. The decisive moment would come in late 1960 with a series of televised debates between the two candidates.
They have a televised presidential debate, and John F. Kennedy, behind the scenes, is not the healthiest of men at this point, projects health and vigor and vitality.
The candidates need no introduction. The Republican candidate, Vice President Richard M. Nixon, and the Democratic candidate, Senator John F. Kennedy.
He's tanned, he's wearing makeup. His father's work in Hollywood means that he knows the best television men, and so they've all done everything they can to present him perfectly for the television age. And Nixon, he's not been very well, he's had a bit of a temperature. He looks sort of older and crumpled, even though they're similar ages. So, just the images that are projected are so different, and that association of Kennedy with youth, modernity, and the future stays with him, and Nixon can never really identify with that.
Because they felt that the American society was moving again. I want us to recapture that image.
That first television debate showed the importance of image. The overwhelming majority of people who watched that debate on their television sets thought that Kennedy had won comprehensively. People who listened on radio thought that it had been a tie, which says everything about the importance of the visual image. Before that first debate, Kennedy was behind in the polls, narrowly, but he was behind in the polls. After the first television debate with Nixon, Kennedy moved ahead in the polls, and he stayed ahead.
Jubilant parades and celebration marked the day JFK won the race to the White House. But for the man they were cheering, this signaled the beginning of the end. For many, he was the perfect leader for a forward-thinking America. Yet his policies and political dogma were taken from his experience of the past. His political maneuvering and independent manner seemed astute for such a young man, but behind him was a father, pulling the strings and making decisions. What made this sickly prep school boy from New England stand out, however, was his image. He was everything to everyone and became the blueprint for a new form of politics. All these factors were carefully crafted together in the making of a truly modern president. January the 20th, 1969. The 37th President of the United States was about to take the oath of office. Few had thought he stood a chance of victory. His party had been against him. The sitting president hated him. But against the odds, Robert Francis Kennedy had triumphed.
Bobby shows toughness, he shows guts, he shows persistence.
You see him show some of the courage and some of the compassion for people, his desire to do what was right.
He was going up against probably a much more qualified candidate, and it looked like he was a real long shot.
His campaign was about reconciliation, cooperation, bringing everybody together.
It was a presidency to heal division and mend injustice. It was a presidency to chart the course of American history for decades to come. It was a presidency that was not to be.
For the last 50 years, America has been looking for what Bobby Kennedy could have given us.
He's someone who people could identify with because they felt like they've seen him endure horrendous tragedy, and to come out the other side with a positive and hopeful vision.
Had he lived, I think he would have been one of our great presidents.
It is the story of a Cold War warrior who became an advocate for peace, of a son of privilege who became a champion of the downtrodden. It is a story of tragedy and triumph, of high ideals and dirty tricks. It is the story of America's lost president. Cape Cod on America's Atlantic coast. Like many wealthy families, it was here that the Kennedys passed their summers. In 1930, Bobby Kennedy was 4 years old. The seventh of 9 children, he was a small and awkward boy. His siblings mocked his buck teeth, his stammer, his inability to swim. One day, while they were out sailing, Bobby's brothers made one joke too many. Bobby decided to show them just how well he could swim. He jumped off the boat and almost drowned. Bobby always had that quiet, stubborn tenacity, that gut instinct for the sudden gesture. It was an inner resolve forged by insecurity.
Bobby was what his dad described as the runt of the litter.
He was shyer. He was not as sociable or naturally gregarious as his older brothers and his older sisters.
Bobby Kennedy was an introverted child. He really, in a way, identified with Rose, his mother, more.
Bobby was a devout Catholic, much like his mother. And by embracing that part of his mother, he had a different relationship with her than the other ones did.
His father, Joseph P. Kennedy, had high expectations of all his children, especially the boys.
Joseph P. Kennedy was one of the wealthiest men in America at the time. It was Cape Cod for summers, it was Palm Beach for winters.
He had made a fortune in the stock market. He was about to expand into Hollywood movies, into other financial pursuits, and his fortune would continue to grow.
He knew everybody in Boston. He was a big mover and shaker, kind of like a godfather.
Joe Sr. set the pattern, and the way things were, that you fell in line and did what was expected of you.
Kennedy was a powerful figure in the Democratic Party. He was determined that one of his sons would become President of the United States. It was his eldest child, Joseph Jr., who carried those hopes at first. But in August 1944, he was killed while on a dangerous mission in wartime Europe. He was just 29.
This was the golden child, Joe Jr., the devastation to Joe Kennedy and through Joe to all of the 8 remaining kids was extraordinary.
Of course, it broke the whole family to pieces, but it really shattered Bobby. He didn't know what to do.
I mean, this was his older brother, someone that he idolized. He was 10 years older than Bobby. So he's a real hero to Bobby, and he took the news very, very hard.
He also understood that he now has to play a new role in this family that he had not thought he was going to have to play.
Joseph Kennedy shifted his ambitions to his second son, Jack. In 1946, he won his first election, becoming congressman for the 11th District of Massachusetts. That same year, Bobby began his studies at Harvard.
He wasn't a stellar student. I mean, the teacher said he kind of like didn't make an impression.
He was sort of a C student, maybe even a D student. Bobby was a little bit outshone academically by his older brothers, particularly.
However, Bobby did excel his brothers in one respect. He was the first of them to marry.
Ethel Skakel was the roommate of Bobby's younger sister, Jean, in college.
Bobby was, in those years, shy and had to have the real personality pulled out of him, and there was nobody better in the world to do that than the extraordinary, outgoing, gregarious, funny, charming Ethel.
Thanks to a word from his father, in 1951, the newly married Bobby began work as a lawyer at the Department of Justice. But within months, he was called away. His brother Jack was running for Senate. His father wanted the 26-year-old Bobby to run the campaign.
He took the role out of a family obligation. And that was something that Bobby often did.
It was Bobby who was there steering the campaign. It was Bobby doing all the dirty work behind the scenes where Jack could look like the good guy up front. He was his consigliere.
Bobby Kennedy understood very clearly what his job was to be. His job was to help the Crown Prince, Jack.
The election took place on the same day as the presidential contest. That saw Republican Dwight Eisenhower demolish his opponent in a landslide. But the Kennedy brothers bucked the trend. John F. Kennedy was elected senator.
Good, fine. Well, I guess you're glad it's over, aren't you, Bobby? I am, Jack. Okay.
Weeks later, Bobby began a new job of his own. He joined the office of another senator, an old family friend and fellow Catholic. It was not a Democrat, however, but a Republican, and one of the most notorious men in the country.
Joe Kennedy had given enough money to Joe McCarthy that when he called up and said, "My son needs a job," Joe McCarthy was going to give him a job.
He's a staunch anti-communist who's convinced that there are, subversive communist types hiding out in the government at all levels, and he's going to root them out.
You had these hearings on TV where people would come on and Joe McCarthy would ask people if they were communists, accuse them of all kinds of stuff, and Bobby would be at the table as the lawyer, as the counsel, and he was there.
Bobby Kennedy's role with Joe McCarthy was rooted in his fierce morality, was rooted in the idea that there were communists and somebody needed to do something about it.
Bobby Kennedy believed in what Joe McCarthy was doing. He believed, like Joe McCarthy, that there was no threat to the world that was greater than the communist threat.
Bobby soon became disillusioned, however. His advancement was blocked by other staff. He clashed with them repeatedly. He left the senator's office after less than a year. Bobby was nearing 30 and desperate to make a name for himself. That opportunity finally arrived in 1957, when he became chief counsel to the Senate Labor Rackets Committee.
Bobby was on that committee to go after the ruthless elements in it, the labor unions, which were all powerful in those days.
He went after especially the most powerful union leader in America at the time, the head of the biggest union called the Teamsters, which represented all the truckers, and this was a guy named Jimmy Hoffa.
This experience really suits Bobby because he feels like he's going after the bad guys. And he's a very right and wrong person, particularly at this stage in his life.
At the root of his experience with the Rackets Committee was Bobby Kennedy's desire to find justice, to expose corrupt people, to expose the problems of American society, because that's what he believed he was always fighting for.
Bobby Kennedy saw what was going on with Jimmy Hoffa and union corruption as almost as big a threat to America as the communists.
Hoffa would continue to elude justice, but Bobby's efforts were not unnoticed. No longer the runt of the Kennedy clan, there was even talk of a political career of his own. But family loyalty intervened once again. In 1960, his older brother launched a bid to become president. Bobby would be there to help. 1960. This was the year the Kennedy family had been waiting for. It would bring a presidential election in the November. It had long been earmarked as JFK's moment. First, though, he had to win the nomination.
Bobby Kennedy was the person who controlled that election. He had been so successful in the Senate election that he had taken the reins of this election, and he was fiercely committed to this.
You didn't necessarily win the presidential nomination through primaries. They were important more as kind of signals of who had popular support.
He did it by taking on the opposition, taking on the difficult issues of whether a Catholic in the White House would be an instrument of the Pope. Bobby took on all those issues.
He runs a pretty innovative campaign. He wants to tap the excitement and the sort of novelty and sense of freshness about Jack's campaign. It's sort of a glimpse of what more modern campaigns will become.
Early victory in Protestant West Virginia seemed to prove the Kennedy appeal could break down the barriers of anti-Catholicism. In primary after primary, Kennedy victory followed Kennedy victory. But the nomination was not secure yet. The decision would be made at the Democratic National Convention in Los Angeles. There, the Kennedys' last possible rival made his move.
Lyndon Baines Johnson is arguably one of the most incredible politicians that ever lived in the United States of America, an absolute master of politics.
He's the Senate Majority Leader. He's one of the most powerful men in Washington. And he decides to run a very different kind of campaign.
Johnson had entered the race late. He thought, based on his name and his connections within politics, he could still maybe get the nomination.
He thinks that he will be able to control and win support of more delegates at the Democratic Convention. He doesn't need to enter the primaries and win delegates that way.
Bobby had disliked Lyndon Johnson from their first meeting, and the feeling was mutual.
Bobby Kennedy and Lyndon Johnson did not get along.
Lyndon Johnson was a politician who can get bills passed into law because he understood how the system worked. Bobby Kennedy was the moralist. He didn't like the politicians that did the backroom deals.
He started off as a school teacher, he worked his way up, and the Kennedys were rich guys, and they got everything they wanted. So there was this enmity that began.
Lyndon Johnson tried to get out a story that John F. Kennedy was actually very sick. Bobby Kennedy found out, and he was furious with Johnson.
Bobby Kennedy got a doctor to come out and say, no, my brother doesn't have life-threatening Addison's disease. Well, in fact, Jack Kennedy had a really serious version of Addison's disease.
So Bobby Kennedy essentially flat out lies, but in defense of his brother, and Johnson actually ends up backing down.
It made Bobby Kennedy hate Lyndon Johnson for the rest of his life.
Johnson's dirty tricks failed.
And I can assure all of you here who have reposed this confidence in me that I will be worthy of your trust. We will carry the fight to the people in the fall, and we shall win.
Now JFK had to choose a running mate. One man's connections and know-how made him the obvious choice. Johnson would share the Kennedy ticket, but neither he nor Bobby would forget their dispute. Jack went on to face sitting Vice President Richard Nixon in the general election. Once again, Bobby ran his brother's campaign. It would be the narrowest of triumphs. But at last, the Kennedys were on their way to the White House.
After Jack is elected, Joe Kennedy, his father, turns around and says, okay, what about Bobby?
Bobby didn't want to be involved in the cabinet. He wanted to go do something by himself. So Bobby said to his brother, you know, what are we going to do about my situation? And he said, look, I need somebody next to me who I can count on. So Bobby accepted right then and there.
His official title in the new administration was Attorney General, which was an interesting title for a guy who had never practiced a day in a court of law.
He's very inexperienced. He's one of the youngest attorney generals ever named. Is this the right person to be choosing for this role? Should you be putting your kid brother into office?
The 35-year-old Bobby was made head of a bureaucracy with more than 30,000 employees and a $400 million budget.